The Cabinet Secretary for Investments and Trade had been reassigned to the role of Attorney General in new cabinet nominations announced by Ruto last week. She had accepted the nomination and expressed gratitude for the opportunity on her Twitter account last week. Ruto made more changes to his cabinet that saw Soipan Tuya transferred to the Ministry of Defence that was previously held by or nominated for Aden Duale, who is now the Environment CS nominee. He is the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula.
Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya AGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Defence. Dr. Andrew Mwehia Karanja, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. I shall not repeat.
However, Kilgoris MP Julius Nkuli had a different opinion from his semi-counterpart James Nyakal on the new changes made by President Ruto.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the message that you have delivered, and I want to say that I'm sure that this time the list is very correct. And on behalf of the people of Narok, I want in advance to congratulate Honorable Soipan Tuya for coming back to a very important ministry.
Public will not really have confidence in what we are doing unless probably the president came and first of all made the changes. He has the appeal to do that. But what the public knows of the people we are going to vet is actually what he announced. Now, what we are going to vet now is totally different.
And the drift in ODM party on whether they'll work with the Kenya Kwanza government to address challenges facing the country continues to grow, as ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has denied the existence of plans for dialogue. Homa Bay MP Peter Kaluma has demanded that the list of political leaders who will be involved in the talks were to be presented to President William Ruto by their leader, Raila Odinga.
That within the week, as soon as we want to see those other appointments Baba was to forward to him, and we want all of them approved. And Honorable Speaker, if that can happen, then we are going to push this thing very fast.
Kaluma's statement comes at a time there is still indecisiveness on the 5 ODM members who will be assigned to Cabinet Secretary positions. He adds that the names should be presented as they are as soon as possible.
Because I don't want some confusion I've seen circulating. Somebody writing saying if members of the ODM party are appointed to government, they are going on their own. We met and resolved so. We want to tell people sending conflicting positions from the ODM to remember that they are on an interim position in those positions. We can remove them if we resolve a position and then they contradict it.
Initially, Raila had agreed to the talks only to later reject them, and Siaya Governor James Orengo and ODM Chairman John Mbadi have also differed on the party's position, as Orengo has rejected them, but Mbadi has asked him to be open to dialogue.
I am in total disagreement with James Agriole. He's my senior, he's my friend, but where he's wrong, I will tell him you are wrong. You cannot tell us that we cannot dialogue, that we cannot talk with Ruto, we cannot talk as Kenyans. What is the alternative? We cannot play politics of populism. We cannot play politics of theory. We have been playing politics of theory since independence. That is why we have got these things wrong.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday in the middle of the week and what's happening on the streets this morning. We've got some traffic. We'll probably see a little bit more than we saw yesterday. Taking a look at coming off of Thika Superhighway, not much happening just yet. Likely to get into the CBD without too much of a problem. Now, coming out of Westlands, I think we're fine. Everybody approaching the CBD as well. A little bit of traffic starting to build up on Langata Road, but That is negligible. Kangundo Road is also busy, touching on Outer Ring here and there. And also we're seeing a little bit of traffic building up around Cabanas, heading out on Mombasa Road through and through. Until you get through to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, we shouldn't have an issue. Also looking at smooth runnings through most parts of the city. Let's see what happens as we get into Wednesday proper. Don't forget, you can talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning at right about 12 minutes after 6 o'clock this Wednesday. It is the 24th of July, and folks are waking up this morning with heavy hearts in terms of what happened yesterday. We're getting into a new morning today. How are you doing? Getting into Kenya's biggest conversation. The Situation Room starts now. Leo Nikoda Hoba. Something like that, trying to get the voice to do the thing today, but you know we're here. City, good morning.
Morning, do.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Today I sound like you, kind of.
Yes, today you do sound like me, but you know, the tone is distinctly better than mine.
A bit deeper than usual.
It's not deeper, it's the timbre.
Oh, it's the timbre of the
voice.
Yes. Okay.
Dear here.
Okay.
So your timbre ile?
Ile timbre ile.
Ile timbre. So kuni.
Okay. Kuni is firewood.
Inaitwa timbre. That's how imeandikwa. Lakini ndio hiyo.
Timbre. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you. Today isn't, I don't know, man. This weather is interesting. It's very interesting.
It comes and goes.
It's cold and then it's not cold.
Yeah, but they told us it's going to get colder. We're going to get into a couple of weeks of like really, really frigid temperatures here.
They didn't mention rain and it's been raining.
No, they didn't. You know, the weatherman. Did you see that joke where they talked about what, I think it was Gado or Mado, who said, they didn't tell you about the cold weather because we're here with them. At a cultural establishment, they forgot to let you know exactly what was going to be happening. All right. Eric is out and about today, so we're going to continue with Kenya's biggest conference. You guys prop me up today. My voice is refusing to do the thing, so just bear with us and understand. Sawa. Let's tell you some of the things that we'll be discussing today. So at 7 o'clock, the Kileleshwa MCA, Robert Alai, will be here with us. And he says, you know what? This whole thing that all of you are shouting about how, you know, the hashtag Ruto must go, why it is not going to happen. And he has a word or two about that. And just to let us know that there should be some different kind of focus. So according to Robert Alai, Ruto must go. You can say it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to happen. All right. The cost of protest versus the cost of corruption. That's the conversation that we will be having at 8 a.m. Odhiambo Ramogi is going to be here with us at 8. He's an economic and CEO of Elim Capital. And then we're going to have some power conversations at 9 o'clock. Isaac Ndereba, who is the executive director of the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, will be here. And you updated your token meter at some point when you were trying to put in tokens, and they told you need to update the meter, let's do the business, etc., etc. He says there's a truth behind that. something foreboding, and he's going to come and tell us that at 9 o'clock. So that's the things we'll be talking about today. I'm already seeing you guys trickling into the room. Thank you always for doing that. We're going to take a look at how cold it's going to be today, what the weather is going to look like. Then we'll come back and say hello to you. Tell us where you're tuned in from this morning. And of course, thank you for always being part of the show. And as we get into it this morning, karibuni sana.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
13 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 11. And we're looking into a clear Nakuru, going to highs of 24 and lows of 13. And it's cloudy at 14 in Nyeri with highs of 22. We'll see highs of 22 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 14, coming down to lows of 13. And it's partly cloudy at 23 in Mombasa with highs of 29. 29 will also be the high in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 24. Kisumu is clear at 19 with highs of 27. 27 will also be the high in a partly cloudy Kakamega at 17. Kampala this morning is 18 and cloudy while going to highs of 27. Dar es Salaam will see highs of 27 where it's partly cloudy at 24. Johannesburg this morning at 12 is clear, highs of 20, and it's 24 and partly cloudy in Mogadishu with highs of 29. Addis Ababa at 13, cloudy going to highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 29 in a clear Lagos at 24. It's 22 and clear in Kinshasa with highs of 30, and we're looking into a sunny Beijing Wednesday afternoon at 34, going to highs of 35. It's 15 and cloudy in Paris, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 24 in a cloudy London at 17. We'll round things out in New York. Tuesday night is cloudy at 23, going to highs of 30 and lows of 22.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, good morning to everybody who's tuned in today. Already seeing you, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, says Don Sabo. Are you back? Yes, we remember Sir. As a member of parliament, Timothy Bonyoni, who said things have not. Yeah, we remember that.
Yep.
Language is so onomatopoeic, is it not? Idris Bakari says, good morning, Spice FM. Good morning, good people. Keep up doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Mburu Kamau. One mic is tuned in from Baltimore in Maryland and says, happy how? Okay. Good morning, millennials. Ndu. Eric Latiff and Gen Z CT Muga. Where's Ednah? Ednah is just here, Mama. She's just here next door, don't worry. Tukopamaja. Nyongesa says good morning from Kibinge. CT, good morning. They way to amazing wisdom. Indeed. Sky Simba says good morning from the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic. Rose Grace is also tuned in this morning. Thank you for always tuning in. It's great. You guys help us to do this work every day. Even Santabo says good morning. Waiting for fire. Hey, you're waiting for fire. Okay. Sarajevo is where Jimmy Gakio is this morning. Really? Good morning. Let us continue moving. Order says Kiams, also good to have you. Michael Olande is tuned in this morning. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Esfas Gikonyo is also here. Kiongozi Omosh says good morning. Ndu Eric CT Nyaboke, yes, we are here. Love is legit. Okay, all right, I hear you. Okay. We see you, Kipmianio Langat, Mashari and Gerald also good morning. Gerald Tiati says good morning. Kibe Andy, we see you as well, tuning in. Someone says I need to try some chicken soup. Okay, I'm on the hunt for some chicken soup. Whoever's going to get me some chicken soup, you'll be loved forever. That's all. Patrick Korea says good morning. Leela Mwasi is also tuned in this morning. Stephen Bogo, we see you. Martha Austin says good morning, good people. Black Diamond says good morning with a heavy heart. God help Kenya. Poleni Sana Watu Wagithurai, Zimmerman and Mirema. Yeah, that was hard to see those clips yesterday, and also just things that we heard. Azaria says good morning. This is far not even prayers that can do miracles in Kenya. I've agreed we need to actually do something more than this. The best way to start your day, indeed. Silas Koske, it is. Sami Langat, Bernard Okello, Kennedy Wanjala, Moses Mwangi. We see all of you tuned in this morning. Chop, chop, chop. Good to see you all this morning. Charles Masharia, Evans Morgan, and we keep it moving. Everybody, karibuni sana, and thank you for joining us this morning, and we keep things tight as we can. Okay, our proverbs are still coming from the Reunion Island of Unitary.
It's a union of the Comoros.
Exactly.
A beggar will not mind being insulted. A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry. That was the second part. The first part was?
A beggar will not mind being insulted.
Yeah.
A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
I think that's very clear. At your situation, you know what you're gonna go with. If it means to an end, you'll take it. Abi? Okay. Let's look into the papers and we'll see what others have to say about that proverb as we get through the day, right? Okay. On the front page of the Standard this morning, ghost towns as Ruto's CS's intrigues deepen. The military steps in to stop protests from marching to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport as Nairobi and Migori bore the brunt of yesterday's protests by Gen Z. In Parliament, however, the list of cabinet secretaries to be vetted was tabled with shocking changes and an omission. All right. Acid test for Raila in ODM over goodies. Opposition leader is facing a serious rebellion both in his party and coalition since the president invited leaders for government talks. He has tried to disassociate himself with no success. Okay. There's a puzzle of two envoys serving in one embassy. One would assume that they're at the same level and they're serving in the same embassy and they should not be. Questions. We'll look into that, of course, in terms of what it could mean. US polls. Kamala gets support, starts campaigns. So she's gotten the support and the endorsement of herself as a Democratic Party candidate to run in the elections later on this year.
Has Biden stepped down?
Well, he's still president, but what he's done is that he's pulled out of the race, and in order for and as he has done that, there needs to be another Democratic candidate, and he endorsed, of course, his vice president, who was in his running mate in the last election, obviously. And the party seems to have endorsed her to go ahead.
Wouldn't it work better for Kamala Harris if he actually stepped down as president?
And said be president for the rest of the term?
Yeah, so that she could actually get into the election as an incumbent. It would give her more pull. Don't you think so?
I think so, actually. I thought about that. But, what are you saying if you step down at this point?
Why not? How many months does he have to go?
Maybe 4, 3.
It's November.
November. 4 months, yeah.
Yes. Let Kamala Harris enter that race as an incumbent. Then again, one has more weight and one has more clout.
Indeed. Somebody said, well, she has been president. We see what she's doing already.
Yes, 4 months is enough for you to at least, raise a little dust here and there.
Get your feet in the water.
Yes, kind of exactly. Show that you understand what it takes to do a couple of things. It's useful. Because the other side is breathing fire.
Indeed.
And they're not only talking tough, they're actually talking tough and saying, where?
Kuja.
Us. We lose this election.
Can never be us.
There'll be a civil war. We're not going to put up with this nonsense. In short, we cannot lose this particular election.
Exactly.
That's according to people who believe that is what the running mate of one Donald Trump has been reported to have said.
That they're the say all and be all and end all of everything.
Now people are going to town on that one. It's like, even if there was an inauguration and there was Kamala Harris, so these guys would appear on that day and say, we did not lose this election.
Exactly. On the front page of The Nation, Day of Defiance. Anti-government protesters yesterday ignored President William Ruto's warning and took to the streets in several towns, paralyzing business activities for the umpteenth time. In central Nairobi, pro-government supporters who seemed to have the express backing of the police kept the youthful demonstrators at bay. And of course, all sorts of stories jumped out of the woodwork in terms of which Nairobi County officials were paying, goons. I mean, it just does not look good at all, especially when you're linked to government like that.
Let me tell you, those stories and clips and what have you abound.
There are many.
There are very many.
Questions as Duale Soipan swapped places in new cabinet list. He was the nominated for the CS Defense, and Ms. Soipan Tuya was nominated for Environment and Forestry. Those two have swapped. We saw the Speaker of the House yesterday reading the list of those nominated, and interestingly enough, the name of Ms. Rebecca Miano was left off the list in terms of an AG. So that will be one to watch as well. All right, on the back page of The Nation, that's going into some detail why Duale was dropped from the defense docket. So we're looking at some of those. And what you have, CT?
What I have, bang in the middle of the paper. No, we won't start there. We'll start with the teal green corner. Kenya Airways not facing EU ban, state addressing safety concerns. This is a story on page 2, okay? Yes, so those, it is a Star that actually published the story yesterday. And again, it is a Star who have published this story saying that it's not quite that, it's the other thing. MPs protest cuts on guards' pay and mileage allowance. MPs have protested the proposed reduction of their budget by 3.7 billion. They say the budget cuts will affect key operations of the August House. Mileage allowances, payments of bodyguards and funds for running offices have been affected. The Parliamentary Service Commission said it will not be able to facilitate the selection panel hiring new IEBC commissioners following the cuts. Right? Right. See, everybody's taking a cut.
Yep.
Find a way of working with that budget. Cabinet shocker as Duale, okay, as Miano missing from list. Two things. Shocker for Duale, Miano missing from list. Shocker for both.
Okay.
President William Ruto has designated Soipan Tuya as the defense CS in a dramatic change of events that saw Aden Duale sent to the Ministry of Environment. In a communication to the House Speaker, Moses Wetangula announced the first batch of Ruto's cabinet mentioned Duale as a nominee for environment, to the dismay of members.
Oi.
Why are members dismayed? It's a ministry, is it not?
It was interesting to watch Junet in the House yesterday when he said, we're on the committee for this vetting. We are not going to allow you guys walk in here and think that we'll just clear you. We're waiting for you. Come, and you can be sure that anybody who passes through this vetting, for sure they're worth their salt. But he had some bravado when he spoke yesterday.
Well, it's that moment, isn't it?
It'll be interesting to see what they
Turmoil
do.
As Raila leads troop to Ruto cabinet. Former PM set to be Former PM set to be handed powerful treasury slot among CS appointments. This is a story of page 4 and 5, which means this headline is a bit misleading. All right. Raila's key allies, my goodness, likely to be named in cabinet. There's a list of people here. Okay, there's Opio Wandai, there's Wycliffe Oparanya, there's John Mbadi, and then there's Hassan Joho. All right. Let's see how this one unfolds, shall we? Right. Have we looked at the Business Daily?
No, you're going to.
Why don't we do that?
Yep.
Kenya experts in Kenya wire a record of 87 billion Kenyan shillings. Experts living and working in Kenya have sent a record of 86.99 billion back to their home countries in the year ended December 2023. Data shows underlying improving fortunes for foreigners in the country. Well, if you're sending it out, it means you have it. Newly published Central Bank of Kenya data shows that the amount and equivalent of 7.25 billion a month represent 24.3% rise from 69.96 the experts remitted in their home countries in the preceding year. NCBA now overtakes KCB in equity in high-value accounts. The story says that states as thus. NCBA Bank has beaten its top rivals, including KCB Kenya and Equity Bank Kenya, to hold the largest number of high-value accounts with the deposits of more than 100,000 at the end of last December. Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, business. So there are people who have money. There's money. By the time you have these high-value accounts, it can't be high value if there's nothing in it. KPCA raises fuel, transport, and storage charges. The cost of transporting and storing fuel using Kenya Pipeline Company's infrastructure increased this month in a move that will impact pump prices in the coming months. All right? Balubai increases Williamson's stake. Billionaire investor Balubai Patel raised his stake in Williamson. This fellow owns shares in everything, and he owns a lot of it. Mm-hmm. By 92,200 shares worth 22 million in the year ending March 2024. Taking the value of his holdings in the company to 212 million. That's just a story.
Just go.
Quality titanium revenue dips 42% on lower exports. Base titanium's revenue fell by 42% in the quarter ending June 2024 compared to the corresponding period in 2023 as the company continues to wind down its mining operations in Kwale.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a break and see what's happening with traffic. And then we'll come back and continue looking at some of these stories in detail. So wherever the live stream is up, SpiceFM on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, and on TikTok, and Radio Garden, wherever you tune into. Thanks for joining us this morning. A look at traffic. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, guys, we'll get through this one at some point. Okay, so I had to do a quick CT was my doctor for a minute there. All right. We'll come back and we'll continue looking at what traffic is at the top of the hour. But for now, let's take a look at what is... Okay, no, guys, I just have to tell you, City gave me something. What is that? It tastes horrible.
I don't know what your measure for horrible is. I particularly like the taste of this thing.
Well, there's something in there. And
it's a hooch.
It's a hooch?
Yeah.
There's a hooch, and it's actually an alcoholic thing. Did you give me... Oh, well, let's see how I feel in a couple, right? So let's look at some of these stories. In the meantime, making the headlines. Ghost towns as Ruto CS's intrigues deepen, right? So the protest took place yesterday. We did see some horror stories coming out of certain parts of the city. And this is covered on quite a number of pages. But let's look at page 4 of the Standard. And this story here. Surprise as Duale moved and Miano name missing. We did see in the House yesterday, President William Ruto has dropped controversial Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale from the Ministry of Defense. Okay, in a communication that caught many legislators by surprise yesterday, the President reassigned him to the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry without giving any explanation. Soipan Tuya will now be vetted for the defense docket. Interestingly, in his memorandum read out by the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, Ruto only forwarded a list of 10 names to the House, leaving out the nominee for the position of Attorney General, Rebecca Miano. Now, this is despite the president having nominated 11 members of his cabinet last week in a move he explained was almost at giving room for more horse trading before he fully constituted what he called a broad-based government. Now, President Ruto's decision to leave Miano's name from the vetting list has raised questions. Miano, a corporate lawyer, was nominated following the axing of Justin Muturi. 7 individuals have gone to court already challenging his sacking. Wetangula further set the timelines for the vetting, stating the committees in which such nominations are referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. Now, tongues already started wagging shortly after Duale's nomination to the defense docket after Somalia's Ministry of Defense congratulated him. Of course, there was a question there. Now, bearing the message, lawyer Donald Kipkorir sought to understand Duale's involvement with Somalia and posed, when Duale was reappointed Minister for Defense, Somalia Minister for Defense tweeted congratulations immediately. Today, Duale was reassigned to the Ministry of Environment. Somalia Minister for Environment has tweeted congratulations. What do they want with our Duale? So many questions are arising right now in terms of who is doing what and how is it being done, to say, okay, why do we see the swap, and should there be an explanation, or should it matter at this point? All of this was happening when the country was basically on the streets in terms of protests against what is currently going on. Go.
Right. Let's look at the star, shall we? But let's look at the story of Kenya Airways. According to the Star, the country's national carrier, Kenya Airways, is not at risk of being banned from flying to the European Union for non-compliance with safety provisions.
Okay.
Okay?
Story's taking a twist.
Yes. However, the EU Air Safety Committee has raised several concerns about the state of aviation safety in Kenya. The National Security Council has, however, been informed of the discussion held by the EU Air Safety Committee during a meeting in November last year, where various air carriers were listed as banned. Kenya Airways was not among them. Okay? I read the list yesterday. Kenya has not been listed. Kenya's air safety situation was mentioned, said Bitange Ndemo, Kenya's ambassador to the EU, in a letter to Foreign Affairs PS Korir Singoei. Previous reports that Kenya Airways was facing an EU ban due to safety reasons were erroneous. It's the same paper that made this report. So we're saying that they erroneously reported this matter of the EU, which they are now correcting. So how do we know that what is being reported today is not erroneous? I know two mistakes don't make a right, but nonetheless. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, which is responsible for air safety, has stated it does not have enough financial resources to implement the recommendations made by the EU committee. This, my friend, will not fly.
Well, one has to ask the question, exactly what is the underlying issue here? What's the problem?
First of all, if you look at it, let's ask ourselves, do we have in the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, are the people who are in that board, are they competent to run the organization? Remember, this is civil aviation. Okay? Do they have the know-how? Are they people who have institutional memory? Are they people who know what is required by authorities across the globe that deal with air safety? Because we are signatories to these international bodies.
Yep.
And these international bodies require that we give regular reports, we meet certain desired regulatory norms. Now, if we have a board of people who don't understand all these things and more in regards to this particular industry, we will have a problem. Because when you go for the meetings that involve air safety, my friend, these are technical meetings, okay? It requires somebody who actually understands the industry inside out. The issue of not having money doesn't even feature, because if you don't have those requirements, you will be stopped from flying to those places. You have to meet those requirements, unfortunately. It's not really that complicated.
No, it
you
isn't.
have to.
The brouhaha just makes me wonder what are the underlying issues here, because I mean, it seems as if the story is taking a twist from the last time that we heard of it.
I think the twist is still coming. We will hear more about this, and other people will wade in, and we will get to hear a little more about what it is that they have said.
Okay.
Okay.
So one story that gripped everybody yesterday, pro-state goons terrorize city residents as protesters defy president's warning. I think this was very interesting, again, with some of the clips that we saw coming out yesterday, and everybody was in a bit of a, furore about that. Protesters calling for better governance yesterday defied President William Ruto's order and staged street demonstrations in various parts of the country. But for the first time, they were countered by pro-government groups in Nairobi. Besides the capital, the demonstrators paralyzed businesses in various parts of Mombasa, Kisumu, Embu, Homa Bay, Nyeri, Kilifi, Lamu, Kisii, Nyamira and Kajiado, among other counties. Heavy police deployment, roadblocks, controlled movement and pro-government groups gave the protesters a hard time in Nairobi, with the groups supporting the president staging motorcycle rides and marches in the city centre. So it would seem as if now, for the first time, we saw two different factions: those who were pro-government and those who were protesting, against the state of governance in the country and it, of course, coming off the back of what we saw that was suggested that some of these guys actually been sponsored by some county officials. So it makes things quite muddy.
This narrative of sponsorship is gaining traction, is it not?
It is. From the very first time that we saw there was an infiltration of, in what in my opinion was the peaceful protests, that the questions were lingering. Okay, is somebody paying these guys to come in and do it? And then with these pictures that we saw yesterday, I just remember that, Eric was on the news yesterday and he was talking about had been confirmed that there was money that was paid to some border riders and to fill their tanks with 1,000 shillings and another 1,000 shillings to go ahead and do whatever business that they needed to do. Would that not be direct sponsorship of some of these things happening?
It has webbed feet. It quacks.
It has webbed feet. It quacks.
It has a bill.
It has downy feathers.
Is it possible that it is a swan, or is it possible that it is a duck?
Well, it's not a platypus.
And it isn't a goose.
It's not the gander.
Yes, exactly. Now, this is a duck. This is a duck. And unfortunately, it's a group of people who are best known. The infamy they have is for the unruly manner in which they conduct their affairs.
Exactly.
Yes, border riders are not known to be civil. They're not known to be pleasant people to encounter. So, if that is where we've gotten to, where it is clear that someone is paying these individuals.
I mean, you don't have to guess for too much longer what was going on here.
There's very little to guess, actually. Very, very little. Remember sorry.
No, I was just going to say, video shot by witnesses and onlookers showed individuals in swanky cars, including a black Range Rover allegedly owned by a former UDA MCA, dishing out cash to border riders who were supporting the government side. Some of the border pillion passengers were armed with whips and knives, which they used to threaten the public as they robbed them. They cornered a woman. According to this story, they cornered a woman here along Koinange Street and even stole her handbag as they threatened to stab her. So, I mean, obviously here there was the infiltration of people doing, or, with criminal acts, unfortunately, and it takes away from the integrity of the protest, in my opinion.
Yes. There's this story on page 4 and 5 about turmoil as Raila leads troops to Ruto cabinet. This is reporting. If I'm to go by the report that I've just read regarding Kenya Airways, I am a little hesitant to talk about this story with any definitiveness because one isn't certain. Is there anywhere in any of the papers where it is stated that Raila's troops are joining the government?
Well, I mean, it is the suggestion. And also look at what has happened. The nomination has taken place for 11 positions. One would assume that they were going to meet the minimum of 14 and not pass the maximum of 22. So another 1/2 of those numbers is left for announcement in terms of nomination. The assumption is that some of those will go, especially after they had a conversation when they were holed up in I don't know where for some time. The assumption is that this broad-based government is going to involve the opposition party. Could it be a wrong assumption? Especially now when people are speaking out, and what did Martha Karua tell us yesterday? If this is what you're going to do, be part of this thing, we're not boarding.
This one I am not going to comment on until I see and observe and understand what the reality is. But what I do know for a fact is this. We are at a moment in time when a lot will change by the decisions that one makes. There are decisions one makes and you have the luxury of time to change and to move around. This isn't one of those times. You make a move in a certain direction, it will propel you perhaps in directions you never thought you would do. Fortunes will be lost. Political power will be gained or lost. People who had a mighty say in the affairs of this nation, others, new ones will come in and have a big say. Others who had a big say will lessen that say and they will not be in a position to have the say and the sway they held. And all this depends on the decisions they make. This, as I say, is a historic moment. This isn't one of those passing clouds where it's going to come and go and then we'll be business as usual. No. The business as usual, that one, that era has also come to an end. Yes. So again, this business of who changed, which CS moved where, who was given the job of counting trees, that's fine. If they've been changed, the person who appointed them understands why they've changed them, and that's good enough for me. Yes.
Well, look, if he explains, but we've not heard an explanation.
I actually don't even want him to explain.
Well, okay. It'll be interesting to see, but unfortunately, what is that meant by? Is that the folks who are vetting, and we already heard it on the floor of the House yesterday, and the folks who are going to be on the vetting committee essentially are going to say, well, we're going to put you through the ringers. If you don't come out as gold, then you will not be,
once again, the utterances of politicians do utterances. Until one sees, until one witnesses them actually being actioned and we see the fruition of it, it's just words.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's go to Shakahola for a minute. It has not been forgotten.
Yes.
And this case now, finally, after a very long time, is in court. The court cases continue. It is now emerging that the victims of the Shakahola massacre went through a harrowing experience in their quest for salvation and life after death. In the ongoing court hearing, evidence presented on the activities of the cult led by Paul Mackenzie shows that followers were tied with ropes during the enforcement of the lethal fast. Thereafter, they were put inside their graves, where they were ultimately interred after taking their last breath. A video recording of the exhumation exercise played in court Monday revealed that those who buried the Good News International church followers ensured they would not escape even death. The footage showed the bodies wrapped in white sheets, with the leg and neck areas bound with ropes. Others were wrapped in blankets and green polythene bags. Police Constable Bernard Jeffwa said, "I have never seen anything like this before." His evidence lends some credence to earlier police statements that there were torture chambers within the forest. The police stated that during the search and rescue mission, some victims were found naked with their legs bound using headscarves. While the videos were being shown to the court, Mackenzie keenly followed along before standing up from his seat to whisper something to his advocate lawyer Lawrence Obonyo. When he returned to his seat, he bowed his head for a moment as if in deep thought before lifting it again to observe the footage of dead bodies being extracted from the graves, his left hand frequently resting on his chin, as though he too were in shock. Some of the suspects surprisingly smiled at the footage, while others appeared shocked, their hands resting on their chins, perhaps coming to terms with the gravity of what they were being prosecuted for. Another group of suspects could be seen whispering from one to another before bursting into laughter. It was unclear what amused them. While being led in his evidence by state prosecutions Jami Yamina, Ogega Bosibori and Anthony Musyoka, Mr. Jeffwa said that he was called on the 17th of April and instructed to join his colleagues in Shakahola to exhume bodies. Upon arriving, an escapee led them to where the bodies of 2 children had been buried. It continues to be a horror in terms of what happened. And then court essentially is going to unfold this horror even more. But it makes me sick to my stomach that even this, as it's happening, that folks are finding humor in this. And this court case, I hope it is not one that's going to end in lack of evidence, because there's a lot of stories to be told here. And the bottom line in terms of questions, what exactly happened in Shakahola, needs to come to light. It does, and it needs to be sorted out.
Yes, it must. There is a proposed bill. It introduces stringent measures on licensing and sale of mild stimulant drug within designated areas in Garissa town. This particular story is headlined, Bill Banning Sale of Muga set to be passed this week. This story went quiet, but it didn't go away. Okay? The bill that has the support of the entire House and by extension members of the public will be unanimously endorsed on Friday. Now, if this is happening in Garissa, the other counties where Muguka sales were at an all-time high, how that will play out. Because if it was being consumed and harm was being imputed, it is not as though that harm has suddenly diminished or has vanished. The complaints that people had before haven't gone away either. The complaints are still there.
Yeah.
Yes. But the story seems to have taken a back seat amidst the protests, the stories, and as KTN says, and other short stories.
Okay, so there's an irony of Ruto's 2 envoys, 1 station, amid push for austerity. Okay, despite ascending to power on the promise of reducing wasteful public spending, President William Ruto has adopted former President Uhuru Kenyatta's peculiar policy of deploying 2 envoys to 1 station to accommodate allies. In the sunset days of his administration, President Kenyatta appointed 6 deputy ambassadors. Ruto, in his first diplomatic appointments, increased them to 14 with full status of ambassadors at Job Group T. In his May appointments, Ruto added 11 more deputy heads of mission with full ambassadorial status, propagating the new phenomenon, which entails pairing a career diplomat with a political appointee. The phrase to watch. Sources in the diplomatic service said while they were officially nominated as deputy ambassadors or heads of mission, they earn the same salary and perks as accredited ambassadors and high commissioners. So one would ask, why do you need 2 when you can have 1? They lack clearly defined roles, often relying on assignments by the accredited diplomats, idling in foreign lands and occasionally rousing conflicts in power squabbles. Where the political appointee is the boss, their deputies who run the show for them are said to hold back their full potential, impacting on service delivery. One would think that if you had a career diplomat, they would be the ones who head the thing, but apparently not. Where the career diplomats enthusiastically run the show, they are often slowed down. According to a source, in most cases, the political appointees, whether are accredited diplomats or their deputies tend to have better access to political power. The temptation to flaunt this is usually high, leading to conflicts. So basically what we're being told is that there are two people sitting in one place being paid the full perks, whereby one person could actually take this austerity. Angoa question.
Well, you know something? All this will come to an end. It must. And why don't you ask me, what do I mean all this will come to an end?
What do you mean all this will come to an end?
Well, thank you very much for asking me that question, dear. What I mean is this. These are examples of excesses that people have when they're in positions of authority. Somehow the narrative of the common good got lost. That conversation got lost somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
And it appeared that the greater need was to indicate to one's followers and supporters that this government is going to accommodate them, even if it means flaunting laid down rules, talking on the one hand about austerity measures and on the one hand splurging jobs where one need not, because this is a cost. Again, it's that same story of responsibility not following the rule of the law.
Right.
You have the responsibility, the law is clear, and yet those in positions of authority are determined to do what they think will serve their interest best.
That's the problem that we see with bad governance, unfortunately.
That actually is the definition of bad governance. It is the definition. Unfortunately, when you set that, what you do not know is what you've set in motion. What do you think is the outcome when one determines that this is the path that will be followed? And what are you telling the rest of the country?
You're basically telling the rest of the country that we're going to do what we want to do and that you can be over there saying whatever you want to say, but we're going to continue doing it anyway. Because we are in this position. You can sit over there in the corner and suck your thumb. We'll just continue doing what we're going to do. If you're uncomfortable, we'll give you something to placate you for a minute. But we're going to essentially continue doing what we want to do.
Have you forgotten what was attributed to the Deputy President when he says, as we're here chomping away at our meat, and you are sitting over there watching as we chomp away.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
I do.
Yes. Now that, unfortunately, is a story that we're still dealing with. And the consequences are also unfolding right before our very eyes. This is, again, I repeat, not one of those things where in the distant future this will happen. No. This is happening as you watch.
Unfolding before your eyes.
As you watch.
Harris clinches enough support for U.S. Democratic nomination, Harris being Kamala. And it's important that we look at that really quickly. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris appeared poised to clinch her party's presidential nomination after receiving support from enough Democratic candidates Monday as she launched a blistering campaign against Donald Trump. The formal nomination process for a U.S. presidential candidate occurs when delegates from across the United States gather to officially appoint or anoint a committee chosen by voters during the primaries. But when President Joe Biden dropped out from the race Sunday, the fate of those delegates who had been stated to vote for him came into question. With the support of a slew of Democratic heavyweights, including Biden himself, and massive voter donations, in less than 48 hours actually, she quickly closed in as the Democratic Party's heir apparent, and the delegates began falling in line to pledge their support. Harris wrote in a statement after U.S. media reported she had sailed past the numbers of delegates needed. Tonight, I am proud to have broad support needed to become our party's nominee. 1,976 out of nearly 4,000 in order to decisively secure the Democratic presidential nomination during voting in the coming weeks. And that's all she needed, and that's what she got. Now, the news came after Harris, in her first speech to campaign workers since Biden's announcement, lashed out at Republican nominee Trump on Monday at campaign headquarters in Wilmington in Delaware. So it looks as though her name will be on the ticket come the election in November.
But what will be of interest is what the Trump side is saying about the elections, what they anticipate. All seem to be talking about uniting the country. But how they plan and how they say they're going to go about it, I said it's a market difference. It's a day and night situation here. Market difference.
What you claim to be unity is not necessarily what I claim to be unity.
Precisely. And when I say uniting, it's not what... When I say it, I'm certain it's not what you mean. Even as we go into the last 20 seconds...
Literally.
Nation
5
says
seconds.
intrigues behind cabinet talks and why Raila turned his back on Ruto. That's what it says. Star, turmoil as Raila leads troops to Ruto's cabinet. Now, surely, what do we say? Standard acid test for Raila in ODM over goodies. What on earth are we dealing with here?
Big things are gone, essentially. It's 7 a.m. Conversation will continue after this.
Spice up your life.
This is the News Wire. I'm Lam Ubaga. MPs have protested the proposed reduction of their budget by 3.7 billion shillings. They said the budget cuts will affect key operations of the August House. Mileage allowances, payment of bodyguards and funds for running offices have been affected. Parliamentary Service Commission said it won't be able to facilitate the selection panel for hiring new IBC commissioners following the cuts. The Commission told the Budget and Appropriations Committee that it has no money to facilitate what is owed to the Nelson Makanda-led selection panel. PSC said it had spent its own money to the tune of 32 million shillings to facilitate the selection panel on the promise the budget was to be provided in the supplementary estimates. And President William Ruto's decision to omit Rebecca Miano's name from the list of nominees submitted to the National Assembly for vetting has sparked public speculation. Miano, previously the Cabinet Secretary for Investments and Trade, had been reassigned to the role of Attorney General in new cabinet nominations announced by Ruto last week. She had accepted the nomination and expressed gratitude for the opportunity on her Twitter account last week. Ruto made more changes to his cabinet that saw Soipan Tuya transferred to the Ministry of Defence that was previously held by Aden Duale, who is now the Environment CS nominee. Here's the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula.
Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya AGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Defence. Dr. Andrew Mwehia Karanja, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Order. Mr. Order, honorable members. Order. 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 I shall not repeat.
And however, Kilgore's MP Julius Sunkili had a different opinion from his semi-counterpart James Nikal on the new changes made by President Ruto.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the message that you have delivered, and I want to say that I'm sure that this time the list is very correct. And on behalf of the people of Narok, I want in advance to congratulate Honorable Soipan Tuya for coming back to a very important ministry.
Public will not really have confidence in what we are doing unless probably the president came and first of all made the changes. He has the ability to do that. But what the public knows of the people we are going to vet is actually what he announced. Now, what we are going to vet now is totally different.
Director of Public Prosecutions Renson Ngonga has directed the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to investigate the shooting of journalist Catherine Wanjeri Kariuki. Wanjeri, a journalist at Kameme FM and TV, was allegedly shot by police on July 16th while covering the anti-government protests in Nakuru. In a statement, the DPP called on Kenyans with any information regarding the conduct of police during protests to record statements. The DPP said the statements from witnesses and Kenyans will help him hold suspects to account, further calling on Kenyans to avoid spreading fake information on social media. And in the international scene, the death toll from the two landslides in southern Ethiopia has jumped to 229 and could rise further as the search for survivors and casualties continues in its third day. A landslide buried people in Gofa zone in southern Ethiopia regional state on Sunday night. Then a second one one engulfed others who had gathered to help on Monday morning. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, nice when we see some traffic and it's coming in heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you come in through towards the Pangani Tunnel. To get you into the CBD with some traffic there, let's take a look at beyond the Allsop stage. And we have some traffic then coming out towards Garden City in from Githurai. So that's going to slow you down just a little bit, but your service lanes are working very well until you get to the Pangani Tunnel. And then you're just going to do a little bit before you get out towards Muranga Road, okay? Coming out of Westlands, Chiromo, that's busy for most parts of the morning. We're going to keep an eye on that. Uhuru Highway doesn't look too bad as you're coming in from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, coming in from Lusaka Road on this other side, and then through into the city. I think we'll be all right. We're getting into it slowly this Wednesday morning. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour proper. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7:07 on this 24th day of July, coming into the last week of the month, actually. And Kenya's biggest conversation gets into its second hour this morning. Kenya's fastest growing radio station is what we're looking at this morning. And again, just thanking you, all of you, for joining us, because without you, there could be no us. We see your comments on all of our platforms this morning. So, Ricky, I'm going to say to you this morning, good morning. And yes, we are here. I'll answer that question that you ask at some point one day. So wherever you're tuned in from, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, rather X, and on TikTok, thank you for coming in this morning. And we're getting into a conversation for this morning. All right, our guest for the second hour is seated, but I've got to remind you that you can actually do something with your money, right? Britam says there are two accounts that you can use, or I want to call them platforms, what they are. There's the money market fund, and then there's a smart yield fund account. You can take some of your money and put it there and literally watch your money grow. Whether it's a short-term to mid-term to long-term investment that you make, you can actually watch your money grow. The money market is 13.5%, Nespa?
That it is.
And the other one is?
It is 14%.
Tell us what to do.
Well, all you need to do is open an account.
Yeah.
You know, it appears like it's difficult. First of all, you can actually just send an SMS to 21778. Okay? That's it. And, or you can go to kebritam.com. You will find an array of choices and you will select go down, save, and invest. All you need to do is deposit 1,000 Kenya shilling. That's it.
Okay. And today we are saying, do that. Open your account, put 1,000 shillings in your account. It could be an existing one or one that you will do today. Open that account, go ahead, call those numbers, send 1,000 shillings, send us a screenshot, DM SpiceFM, send us a screenshot of the payment that you have made, and you know what could happen? You could win 5,000 shillings today. So get on doing that now. 1,000 shillings, send us a screenshot, you could win 5,000 just because you did with Britam. All right. We're getting into it. Our guest for this hour is seated. Robert Alai is no stranger to the Situation Room.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
MCA for Kileleshwa Ward here in the studio. And Robert, you're saying some interesting things. As we get into it, let's say welcome to you first, as is Situation Room style.
Yeah.
With the proverb cities on the islands.
Yes, for the last 3 weeks, this being the third week, we've been looking at island nations of the continent of Africa.
Yeah.
And this week...
How many islands do you have?
There are a total of island nations, independent, there are 6.
Which one is...
let me just read them for you. There's the Union of the Comoros, which is
Comoros,
what we're now in. There's Madagascar, there's Mauritius, there's Seychelles, there's Cabo Verde, and there's the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and
Principe.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's not the end of it. There are 2 other groupings of islands that are referred to as the Indian Ocean and some the Atlantic Ocean. Now, these are small islands in those areas which also form part of the African continent. Yes, that's how it is.
Very interesting.
Yes. Very, very interesting indeed. In fact, stories of these island nations are very interesting across the globe. Now, the proverb. A beggar will not mind being insulted. A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
A beggar would not mind
being insulted. A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
Yeah, the Luo says. The Luo says, Jachan Onge, which quote?
Yes.
Which quote? What?
Directly translated is a head swell. That is.
A poor man has no what? Shame.
Shame.
Beggars are not choosers.
Yes.
Yes, that's what they put it.
Voila.
A poor man, you cannot have a shame. You cannot. So it's basically life is a hustle. You have to.
And you have to comply.
And you have to be compliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saying something, Alai.
Yes.
And you're saying that Ruto must go will not materialize.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if I can say that it will not materialize because at some point he has to go. At some point. Then, there's not a permanent seat where he's sitting. So at some point he will have to go home. The only challenge I have is how do we remove him? And what are the options? What do we do to ensure that there's national stability? Because this country is not all about Ruto. It's there are Kenyans, there are 52 million of us. What is going to happen to us when he goes? Who takes over? Because that's a very important seat. We have 47 counties, one national government, so you have to realize that the most important seat in the Republic of Kenya, beyond any private or public office, is the presidency. So how do we ensure that there's national stability? So there's a bit of an instability in the country now because of the demands of the people led by the young people of the country. So the young people of the country. So my challenge is how do we ensure that Ruto goes, that the country stays? Yeah.
And if because there is a how, does it then, in your opinion, make it impossible? Because you're having to ask that there's no, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that because you cannot see a how, then the current movement is shaky?
No, I'm not saying that because there's a how, there's a current movement is shaky. The fact that we have a how, we have not answered the how, then we cannot definitely say that we want him to go now. Yeah.
Well, the clarion call for the president's departure, presumably from the presidency, seems to presuppose that there's a reason why it is required that he departs, B, that his departure will bring about some solution. What solution is this?
And what are the reasons why they want him to go? What is the worst thing he has done since he got to be the president of Kenya? Yeah, what will we lose if we wait up to 2027? Why he has to definitely, we have to definitely say that we want to vote him out. Is it so painful to wait for somebody to vote him out? I'm saying this because I'm one of the first people who was very, very much pro the Gen Z protest. For the first, when it started in June, I think the first 3-4 protests, we were ferrying with my pickup. We were ferrying a lot of water with my friends, to help them. My own house turned into a placard drawing thing, including my kids who are in year 2 and year 4, and my, other nephews and nieces were all in the house drawing, and very beautiful pictures of them drawing, the
picketing placards.
Yes, the picketing placards. Then it came to the invasion of the state of the parliament. On that Tuesday, the dark Tuesday, I call it. Then on Wednesday. Now there was a plan now on Thursday to go to State House. Then we started saying that, really, State House? Even us, we always organize mandamanos here. Last year, it is the MCAs of Nairobi who are leading in organizing, mobilizing. So we know, the risk of mandamanos. And, we don't always come with so many people to town. Basically, for us MCAs or for us in ODM, it's always to go with not more than 1,000 people to town.
Okay.
Because you can easily control them. Then you get probably 20 leaders to ensure that if you tell them to go this way, they'll go this way. The 20 leaders, you'll find they are the most radical of all the demonstrators you have. So they lead the other 20. You see it? So when they come to town, but they also listen to one person, who is the party leader. So if you tell them, please don't go to this area, if you tell them, go to parliament, deliver the message and leave, they will do that. But this one was leaderless, headless.
Is still.
I don't think that it's what we're seeing now is what was there, because it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was Ndu coming with the 2 kids, holding their hands, it was like a picnic. It was the most beautiful sight. You say, this is the awakening of the Kenyan middle class. You've seen the conversation we've had since I became MCA. I've said that the Kenyan politics will change if the middle class comes into the Kenyan politics. Because I also told you with the example of Nairobi, where the people who are serving as the MCAs there probably don't have the capacity to make the laws to make this country serve you. So when I saw the middle class, I saw Saudi Soul. We were chatting with Saudi Soul and the group, and you're seeing Femi One, you see all these celebrities. I say that today you have celebrities in town, the media personalities. I think this is the highest number of celebs you have seen in the street at any given time. In fact, somebody came with the tracks for music. People were playing music in front of Chester House. I said, this is so beautiful. But the problem is that I asked myself, these people are so many. Who is going to control them? Because if something wrong happens, these kids are going to be hurt. Then we started seeing on that, when the parliament was being invaded, you started seeing 50, 100 motorbikes coming. That's always for us is a sign of trouble. When you see 50, 100, it's like somebody was...
And who are they?
We don't know, because they're not our boys.
It's like people are being ferried.
Yes, and we know our boys. We know our boys. There's no youth used for political functions in Nairobi here whom you can't identify. You'll always identify that our Nwadandora, our Embakasi, because I'm a politician in this town. So you always meet them in rallies, the same people. The people always, the border riders whom you see in town, a good number of them would not go to rallies. But these young people whom you see with the jackets, dark jackets, and these jackets were different. This is not the Nairobi jacket. Do you see somebody has come from a colder area? Yeah? And you see somebody, an MCA is telling you that kuna watu wamekuja hapa from Thika Road. And me, I'm on Koinange Street. So there are people who have come through University Way. I said, there's a problem. I said, there's a huge problem. Then you see those people starting to leave one by one. And Parliament was invaded. Parliament was breached. I think that one, I think the current protests are not the real Gen Z's protest which we first witnessed. I think it has morphed into something which is more dangerous, and it always had the risk of being taken over by other interests, and it's going to be turning chaotic, because now you don't know how to control it, and the police has to use the only weapon we give them, either tear gas or batons or bullets and so on to control them.
But a lie, once upon a time, there was only one university in this country. It was called the University of Nairobi. And there were protests. JM Day, Other times, when people had run out of boom and they didn't know what to do themselves, and exams were around the corner, and people were not prepared, so they caused a little frack. I didn't see guns.
You didn't see?
Guns. They were batons, they were shields. Okay? And there was, tear gas was available. Yes, that one has been a constant. Why did the guns have to come in? Are we saying that crowd control must have armed policemen and women who have guns with live ammunition?
No, I think it's also a systemic issue because you realize the conversation we've had, especially around the development of Nairobi. And one thing which I've always insisted here is that this Kenyan society is growing, but two things are remaining behind, and one of them is the schools. They're remaining in their 1960s, 1970s states. The other thing is the police stations. And if the police stations are remaining behind, then the police is remaining behind in our development. If you go to my place in Ahero, where it flooded in which month was that? The last flood, the last worst flood.
April, May, March, April.
Yes. We had the worst floods. The police station.
The town flooded.
That police station, is sitting like it's in a valley.
I know exactly where it is.
And you see how the policemen are living. They're living in the round Mabati houses.
Yes,
you see, there is nobody who has ever thought of building for them decent houses, realizing that between them and the river is only the dike.
That's it.
And the dike came down.
You see, it means the river came down.
I was in Nairo 1 week ago, and if you go to those houses, the conditions, the compound, then I ask myself that, is this not a government facility? Who is going to change this? Because, it has to change at some point. If you are going to be served by people who are working in such conditions.
People who actually, somebody put it correctly, said traumatized.
Yes. If you are going to, because if you talk to the Kawaida police officer, even let's say you go to Central Police Station or Gani, which one is serving you guys? Industrial area, I think. If you go to industrial area today, you go to the report office, you go to the cells. Is that a place where a human being should be working? Why don't we just invest? We do a PPP. We invest and improve the conditions of these officers, because between us and insanity are the police officers. And if we have left them behind in our quest to have a modern, proper, well-established country or city, then how do we expect them to come with a human face, say that?
So are you saying that we see that played out in the protests that we see today?
We see how they serve
where, look, 50 people have died from June to date.
Yes.
Probably now with yesterday, that number has increased.
Yes.
Okay? And unfortunately, the majority, if not all, of that 50 plus has been at the hands of police.
Yes.
During the protests.
Yeah.
The disappearances of individuals, who some are still missing till today, have been at the hands of police.
Yes.
Are you making a connection between how they're treated, or how they live out their existence? Are you connecting that with the violence that they mete out on people
during
protests?
Yes, definitely. How we treat these young men and women, and some of them have served in the forces for a good number of time, a long time. How we treat them is going to be reflected on how they serve us.
If they were treated well, they lived in decent accommodation,
even
they were able to earn really well, and there were protests happening in the city.
Are
you saying, Robert, that we would not see the killing by police of individuals?
The level of killing, killings. I believe that it's to some extent it will happen, because you have a situation where there's an unruly crowd. You don't know. In fact, in town that day, the day of the breach of parliament, I think those guys were in their hundreds of thousands. Because Kenyatta Avenue, there was full packed. Moi Avenue was packed. Koinange Street, now Harambee Avenue, it was packed. And I say, when I heard parliament has been breached, I thought hundreds have been killed. When I heard of 12, I say the police must have been restrained. And it works in the psychology, because also we need to understand the psychology of the police officers we are dealing with. How many formations, how many units do we have in the control of the protest? Probably we're the DCI. you know, the DCI, how do they carry themselves? They are in camouflage. They are in civilians, in plain clothes, you know. Then the AP, which is a bit more ruthless, you know, probably will not when you give them batons and IPs and guns, they probably will be more ruthless than any police unit you have, especially the RDUs and so on. The GSU, like the regular police, you see, a bit more restrained, you know, a bit. They work within certain parameters because it's a paramilitary unit we have in the police force, and then we have the regular who basically, you know,
are civilians in uniform. So they don't have much. But so the two most feared units during riots, the APs and the DCIs, what have we harmed them with? They don't have a badge. When a DCI officer comes to you here to identify himself, he'll just say, I'm a police officer, try to show you the ID. They don't want you to see the ID because probably when he does something wrong to you, you will take, you know, you'll take the information and use it against him. So he'll pretend he's showing you the ID, but make sure that you don't see it well. You see? Then they don't have a badge, you know, like you go to in the US or in the developed countries, they have a badge which they carry on their neck. So you are not even sure if there's a police officer. So they can, in that situation, it is very easy to be abused.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I must admit that I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
But are we not facing a situation whereby the very texture of the protest is anti-bad governance here? Right? That folks are coming out into the street and they're saying, look, as a government, certain things must happen. Yesterday, interestingly, we had a conversation about what the hashtag Ruto must go actually does mean. And in terms of what people are really asking for. And when we
what are they asking for?
Well, I mean, look, people are saying do the bare minimum when it comes to a certain number of things, and which they've been asked for example. Can you cut on corruption? Can we see proper austerity measures actually being taken by government? Can we be sure that the debts that which you're going to come back and ask Kenyans to pay taxes for is actually debt that is owed by Kenya? And can you make it public? Yeah, for sure. So we saw some of that coming out yesterday. But can you be sure that the folks that you have who are working in your government are actually, you know, people of high standard and stature? Can you be sure of that? And so the call is that in the absence of this happening, then you as the executor of the country have no business being there. This is the call. Now, when you say things like this about, you know, protecting the police and making sure that they have what they need to, in as much as those are really, really important things, does that take away from the integrity or the character of the protest when certain things are being demanded for?
I think first I would like to say that, you know, I hear calls about the good governance, you know, and demands for austerity and change of, you know, a good number of things have happened. First, we have had the cabinet dissolved, you know, or dismissed. You know, everybody has an interpretation. We've had the president say that he's going to implement a lot of things. You know, he had the humility to come onto the platform where the young people were and you know, hear all the 2-3 hours him being, you know, told what is wrong with his leadership. But I have a challenge when people seems to be not living in reality. And the reality is this, that you have given him conditions. Why don't you give him timelines? Why don't you tell him that we are giving you 3 months to implement this? We are giving you 6 months to implement this.
Or what?
You know, or we come back and protest. Because you started the protest in June. You don't give him any moment to work. You can't even have the cabinet sit down. This person has been in the presidency for less than 2 years. Yeah? There's no miracle. There's no school also for being a president. He's been in the presidency for just 2 years.
When should you do the right thing? When?
You know what do you want implemented? You know, dissolving the cabinet, he dissolved. Those are the people you didn't want. The people were showing off with the money which we didn't like. You know, the Sudis, the Murkomens. You know, I told them they have disappeared from our skins, from our screens. Yeah. What do we want? What can be implemented now? What can we be served like instant coffee today? in these governments, in these demands we have. That's a challenge I have, because let's compare with the Kibaki regime. Kibaki came in 2002. By 2005, he had not done a lot of things. He had not achieved much. In fact, he faced one of the worst, credibility tests.
With a referendum.
Yes,
which
and
he lost.
People demanded, and people, the same thing. The presidency of Uhuru Kenyatta. People thought that he was going to leave as president of Kenya when he came back for the second term. Which a good number, some of us in ODM said that he lost. When he came back for the second term, people said that, and even the court said that, the election was had issues, and they nullified the election. When he came back, he had to work with the opposition leader to ensure at least he did something. Some of the things, like the expressway, were built in record time. The changes in the in the railways to Kisumu, some of the infrastructure, the flagship projects of Uhuru Kenyatta happened in the second term. So I think that we are being very unfair, because this was not our candidate. Our candidate was Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila didn't get elected. But we are also very much aware that we have a nation to protect. And this nation is Kenya. Today, if this country goes down, the way we are pushing for the protest to be vicious, we are in fact, the whole civil society fraternity turned into one big Ruto must go movement without any clear reasons and without any clear timelines. You'd say, for us in the opposition, we'd tell you that, give us 2 months, you'll do this, and if you change that, we'll work with it. If you don't, then ujue kwamba tunarudi na Zakaya Ashuke. In fact, Zakaya Ashuke came from Baba.
Okay.
Yes.
Robert Salai is the Kileleshwa Ward MCA, and he's in the studio with us this morning. And many would say, okay, he's had an epiphany moment, and that he seems to be walking in the other direction from things that he may have said in the past.
Like what?
Well, we'll see when we come back from this break. Let's take a break and take a look at weather and traffic. Come back with Robert after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
12 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 22. Highs of 24 in a sunny Nakuru at 13, and it's 13 and partly sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 22. We'll see highs of 21 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 14. Mombasa is cloudy at 24 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 27 in a cloudy Malindi at 26. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 27 in a partly sunny Kakamega at 18. It's 19 and sunny in Kampala, and at 23 Dar es Salaam is partly sunny. 11 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, and it's 26 in Mogadishu, going to highs of 29 with highs of 20 in a partly cloudy Addis Ababa. It's clear at 24 in Lagos and clear at 21 in Kinshasa.
Chilled Spice.
It's busy in the city this morning. Let's take a look at Uhuru Highway coming in from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout all the way through into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. Traffic starting to pile up here and there in certain parts. Take a look at the Thika Superhighway as well, where traffic coming in all the way from well beyond Kahawa, Kasarani out towards the Allsops Junction. Very, very busy traffic this morning. You're going to take a break where your service lanes are doing some magic, and then as you get towards Survey and that Pangani Tunnel, things are going to slow down just a little bit. It's busy on Kiambu Road getting towards Muthaiga Square, so an eye to be kept on that. And we're also seeing traffic coming out of the Ngong Road, Kingara Road, James Gishuru out towards Mzima Springs and then onto Wayaki Way. That's doing the business this morning as well. We are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it. Do talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
"25 minutes left in this conversation with Kileleshwa Ward MCA Robert Alai. We're having a conversation this morning concerning, all right, so the hashtag and the shout, the clarion call has been Ruto must go. And, you know, it's interesting. I'm looking at some of the comments that have come in here. And, you know, Robert Alai is one who always stands for what he says or says something and stands for it. The mechanics of politics are very, very interesting. We can't run away from that. And even as you say this, you've always been one who said, no, we've got to fight for good governance. You've got to insist on it. But now what I'm hearing you say is that, you know what, now that you have made the call, you have said certain things need to happen.
Yes.
Are you also saying now is the time, get off the streets?
Yes.
And let the president and his government do the things that you have asked them to do? So protests need to stop?
Yes.
And this all needs to stop, and let's see if he's going to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think they need to suspend the protests. I think that it's not healthy for the country. It is, in fact, it's working against their mission because they want to see more people employed. The young people say they're not employed. We are in the city every day. Me, I work from the city, you know, because I work in the assembly, and the assembly was looted, burnt. You know, we can't have committees now. We can't have almost 60 to 70% of the functions of the assembly. We can have most of the time we have the COVID era, way of holding the assembly, which is the Zoom. Yeah, so it is very, very challenging for us on the Wabera Street where the assembly is. I think more than 10 shops were looted, including Carrefour, the Italian menswear, where they sell some of the most expensive
places you used to go.
No, we didn't go. But the businesses around town, because they support the people there. When you pass in front there, you get the young people, the people serving clients in those places. Carrefour, Pronto, in front there, the other places. But also one of them is the shop which was looted belonged to a young man called Dominic Mwangi. And Dominic is a pilot. He came from the slums of Nairobi and trained himself as a pilot. Then he sells also gadgets on the side. In fact, he sells most of my gadgets. But his shop, which was on Wabera Street, was looted. 7 million worth of stock taken all. He doesn't have insurance. He was not he didn't know that it could come to that. But his shop, which had grills, was broken into, looted, everything carted away. And these are very expensive because he sells mostly the Apple products and very expensive things taken away. He's taken back. This guy is in an emotional mess. We have rendered very many young people unemployed because of the protests.
Who is we?
The Gen Zs.
No, Robert, come on. I need to be very clear. You're saying so because the Gen Z movement has gone into the street to protest against bad government.
Yes.
Are you now putting the blame on these protests for the individuals who have lost their property and lost life?
Yes. I think we have to put the blame on them because, and this is the reason why. We live in a society which has to have structures. If I was to come to this studio and you are three hosts without a leader, You see, like, we are in this studio. You are the person with all the controls. Us, me and the city, are, we have to listen to leadership from you. You are in a situation where somebody tells you they are in a movement of millions with no leader, with no structures, and they don't want those structures. Every result of development in this country is a result of structured engagement. Either you're making law or you're leading a movement to create change. You wanted independence of the country. You're trying to create a new constitution. You want this thing changed. It has to be structured. And if it is not structured, it is prone to abuse. So anybody encouraging people to go to the street to protest, for their rights, however valid they are, which most of us agree that they are very valid concerns, and the most beautiful, this is the protest every Kenyan has wanted. But the moment they said they don't want leaders, we saw this as an opportunity for people who are creating anarchy in the society.
Robert, were criminal elements not
Yes.
infiltrate? Did they not infiltrate? Yesterday, what had we seen? And it goes towards even almost being able to be proved that a former MCA like yourself,
who is the former MCA?
allegedly was handing out money to folks to come in and counter what was happening in terms of a peaceful protest. So these protests, if you look at what was happening, they were largely peaceful. In the beginning, we did not see that there was infiltration by what I am calling very clearly criminality. And I would put the blame on the criminality that in most times what we're seeing allegedly has been sponsored and been paid for by elements in government or some politicians. Those are the ones to blame, and not these individuals who are on the street protesting against bad governance and promoting good governance. The criminal element is to blame. I think we'd have to be very careful to draw the line.
No, I think
Robert, there were people on the street who really were praying for a situation economically that gets better. And then to now put the blame on them for loss of life and property, I think is very rich.
Who are these people who are looking for change? And because we have the movement which has been called Gen Z has everybody in it. It is not only the people of the Generation Z.
No, it has morphed, that's for sure.
Yeah, it has morphed. Yeah, so definitely. And also we need to realize that if you are going to turn people and call government criminal without evidence, I would say, because,
Was there a criminal aspect in these protests, Robert? Yes
they
or
were
no?
criminal, and that's why the police have encouraged the police to come in hard on the criminality. My challenge is this, that when you are saying that there is an element of criminality, I also think that there's an element of criminality because we don't know the organizers, but we know the encouragers and the inciters, the civil society, good section of the community. I so much highly regard and always watch for the media. The journalists who I saw one yesterday going around the city looking for ways where he suspect he sees those groups. I think those have been supported by the government. Then you see he goes on Twitter and say inject. Then I ask myself, is this a journalist trying to cover a protest?
How do you know he was a journalist? He was wearing some...
No, I know he's a journalist. He's a long-standing journalist for a very long time.
You know the person?
I know the person. And I know not only one, like 3, 4, 5 of them.
Robert, there's something that we sometimes forget, is the responsibility that we must bear when we make certain decisions and take certain steps. When someone is sensitized and someone is brought into an understanding of what their rights are, among which are peaceful protests, if one is brought into understanding that they have certain freedom of speech, but then also brought to understand the responsibilities that accompany these freedoms, and then what we have seen developing comes into being. Anyone who has understood protests in this country will know this was bound to happen.
Yeah.
These so-called criminal elements were bound to come in.
Yes.
But there's something unique about these particular protests. Because the numbers of citizens, of individuals whom one can call rogue elements, were in very large numbers. They were not 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, the question we've been wondering here is, our security forces also have intelligence. How on earth did this large number of people,
yes,
and I'm sure some of them are also known, manage to come into the city on that particular day in these large numbers without the intelligence or security people knowing that this was going to happen?
Because they were part of Gen Zs, probably. Because, they're also the criminals.
The criminals are also that age bracket.
Yes.
Now, that's where you politicians come in, because some of these, that's where you politicians come in, because some of these young people, as you have said yourself, are people who are known to political groupings.
Yes.
Because the people who fill rallies and come in large numbers tend to be youthful people. So there are people who are known. But even within these youthful people, there are people who are given to criminality.
Yes.
Okay? But what you said was, within a certain setting, they're controlled.
Yes.
It is known,
yes,
and they are put in check.
Yes.
So let me ask the question differently. How did so many such people come in without any check?
Because, at certain point, the police don't have the capacity to check these people. And for us, let me just answer you. And for us, like we did in the Mandaman of last year, the people who are doing the checks for the criminality, it mostly relied on us. It relied on us, even for the rallies. When you go to there, we hire the youth. We say that who is going to bring the youth who are going to do the security from Dagoretti? Who is going to do from Embakasi? Who is going to check? Because we know the criminals who are going to come here, the young people who are probably armed, who have guns, illegal guns. We know the young people who are always carrying kisu. We know the young people who are very prone to causing chaos because they want to snatch a phone or snatch a camera of a journalist. And we know how to track them. Because tukimwambia kwamba, we Jemo, stop. We know anatoka sehemu hii, mtaa hii, this is the person who is controlling the area. Because Nairobi is quite messy, and some of these low-income areas we have seen behind you here in Kware, where a good number of bodies were found. Some of these areas don't have proper policing capacity. So it is reliant upon, and that's why you see when violence breaks out in Nairobi, what works is called the balance of terror. You see, it is balance of terror, and we blamed it during the post-election violence. Where you heard people say that we could not access our houses. I own a plot in Madare, and this community has refused me entry to go and collect my rent. It is because the balance of terror was working. Basically, you people fight, but draw the line. Say you can't cross, we can't cross. Until order returns, is restored. Yes, yeah? So this is what always happened for us. If you terrorize us, we terrorize you back. Because the police is very absent in those things. You saw in a very small rally, which unfortunately Trump was almost killed in the US, the number of police officers deployed in such a small rally. Compared to what, in fact, in low opposition rallies, you almost see no police officer.
Talking of
that, police officer is always a catalyst to chaos, because the moment the manner of policing in this, especially in the urban areas, it is not of the modern age. We have armed police officers with only batons in most of the situations, or in some situations with only an AK-47. So you find a situation, a very simple situation, which probably just needed a taser, needed just a pepper spray, just needed probably a whip for somebody to just scare them to. The only weapon he can draw is the one he's carrying.
So you agree that knowing that,
yes,
that there are folks who then did actually hire youth from amongst
I'm not certain that there's anybody who hired anybody. What I'm certain about is that these elements have been invaded by criminals. And for us to get to the bottom of it is that we have to restore order. And order is going to be restored by us accepting that we cannot have a movement which is leaderless. You saw in last year when Raila was being hunted like chicken in this town, when his car was being shot at, with not only tear gas canisters, but also bullets.
Live bullets.
Journalists, if there was a moment where I feared for journalists of this country, because the media van for Azimio is destroyed up to now, because most of the journalists were relying on that to sit on top of it so that they can have a proper view from the front. A good number of them were hurt. The equipment were destroyed from that van. And I didn't know why the police got to the point of, now, if you wanted Azimio leaders, you should have gone for Azimio leaders or Azimio politicians. But you went for the media van, the fourth estate, which was supposed to provide for all of us who are probably not participants in the contest. The view, the 360 degrees view of whatever was happening, they were targeted. And that one was the most unfortunate thing I saw. I have not seen the kind of level of violence targeted on us in this protest. I saw Bungei, who was the biggest culprit in targeting us, was just walking in the street yesterday and laughing. And I say that these people are complaining that, as we did for only 1 week and 75 people are dead. 1 week only, 75 people are dead. These people are complaining that, you invade parliament. When we go to parliament, our boys in Embakasi say that you people went to parliament. The most radical boys in the city said, mmeingia parliament, mkakaa kwa kiti ya speaker, nyinyi tumewaogopa. We are not playing with you again. These guys were basically surrendering to the Gen Z movement. They're saying that, but we have to have a country. Let's have sanity. Let's have structures.
But yes. This group is not leaderless. They say they are, but they are not.
Yeah.
Who
is the leader?
No, I'm actually not going there.
Yeah.
The normal structure of leadership, unfortunately, in this country, has one problem. They can be spoken with. And they can be spoken.
What is wrong about being spoken?
They are compromised.
They're compromised.
That is a problem.
If you have a movement which is genuine, if they are being compromised, then they might also be compromised to cause chaos.
But that is to my point. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because everything you've described, especially with the Sufria Revolution, and that's what I like calling it, it demonstrated in Technicolor how it is that the state have the monopoly of violence. And if they have the monopoly of violence, the things that you politicians do, you think they cannot do it. If you people have youth who subscribe to your party doctrine, are you saying that the government doesn't have the might and the power to do so? They have the means. Call it intelligence, call it security, call it money. They have it. And more to the point, they know these people.
Yeah, and that's my fear. You see Hindu and City. My fear now, and this is why I am standing on the side of the government. The biggest fear I have now is that survival instincts might kick in for William Ruto today. If it kicks in, what will it do?
What does that mean?
Survival instincts is, I finish my time, I go away. Because these people don't want me. What do? I just be in the office, no development. It is survival. So survival, he will be using the military, it will be using the police, because he still has control of such. Probably the people around him might start using the militia. You might see a lot of militias emerging. And this is how countries have, the good thing is that when I started my career, one country I worked in 8 years, for 8 years is Congo, DRC. And you could see how chaos and anarchy can destroy a very beautiful. And I worked in that country when they had four vice presidents. These 4 vice presidents were all rebel leaders. And I was working with the UN. And this was the best view I had of anarchy. Because next to Congo, DRC, I was having the eastern region, the Ituris and the Kalemis, the Manonos, the Bukavus, and so on. This next to DRC is Rwanda and Burundi.
Yes.
Yeah? Most of the refugees we were serving were being hosted in around an area called Ngara in Tanzania and Kibondo. The 4 vice presidents who are rebel leaders, imagine a situation where they have met at a roundabout. A very simple thing. Just one convoy coming this side, one convoy coming this side, at a roundabout. All of them insisting that I have to go fast. I have to go fast. Because if I go fast, I am on top of you. You see? Huh? The ranking.
Don't tell me a fight broke out because of this.
Everybody draws guns. Then you have to call the UN on phones, and the phones are not properly working. The mobile cellular networks were not properly deployed. So in some situations, somebody has to be sent to go and look for the UN at the bases.
To come and broker peace.
Come and broker peace at the roundabout. A very simple thing. You have a situation where you have people who are armed as government soldiers or government police. People are supposed to protect you. They said, we have not been paid for 6 months. Hii pesa yenu ya UN, hebu toeni leo. They rob you. They turn on to you. They come to your office. They surround. They want money.
Are you trying to draw parallels? Are you drawing parallels between that?
Yes.
And what's currently happening in Kenya today?
Yes. And it has the biggest risk of happening here, because if the survival instincts kicked in today for the president, we'll be living in chaos and anarchy. And
one might argue, ally, that here we are looking at a situation whereby, in my opinion, it's about time that, citizens be central when it comes to governance.
Yeah.
And not just in Kenya, I mean, around the continent. So here we have a time where people are finally speaking up about what needs to happen, not what they only want to happen, but what needs to happen in terms of governance. But then these fears that you speak of, and they could be conjecture, but all right, whatever it is, that they now water down this very potent right that folks have to demand for the things that they're demanding for. So rather than follow that line, we're saying, well, if you continue in this direction, what could happen is a place where there's total anarchy. And don't we lose the plot when it comes to the demand on government, on leaders, from MCAs to members of parliament, to senators, to governors, and then until the point whereby we're looking at the president and the presidency. Don't we water down that call that is being asked for good governance when we say, well, guys, if you continue protesting, what we could have is a state of anarchy, and it could become, Animal Farm all over again, where each man for himself and none for us all. Don't we lose the sight of that?
I think we're talking reality into them. We're telling that this is what we have lived in this country longer than you.
And never make demands in the way in which they're making them.
No, we have made demands. We have made some of these changes, some of these roads they're seeing built, some of the constitution, some of the rights. There was a time in this country where you could not even speak freely as you speak today. You would be picked at night by special branches. My MP from Moroni says that utabebwa. In fact, the intelligence we have now is of professional people, and they said unabebwa na watu wenye mkono mkubwa unaenda kupigwa then unawachwa. You see, there's no better time to be Kenyan. And the beauty of this is we saw for the first time the government, even the achievement, I think you should have patted yourself on the back as Gen Zs and say that we forced the cabinet to be dissolved. Even if they brought some people back to the same cabinet, whom you think should have not been brought back, you forced the president, the most powerful person in the land, to dissolve the cabinet. The whole media, the global media celebrated you. The UN Secretary General, whom I served under when he was the refugee, head of the refugee, appreciated you. The UN refugees, UNHCR boss then celebrated you guys and appreciated how you guys have led a very powerful and nice movement. Everybody in the world, including the French president, the UK Prime Minister, you are celebrating the Kenyan disease. You have appeared in all. You are going to destroy and water down all your efforts and achievements.
But Robert, is it the Gen Z movement that we first saw who are destroying things, or is it people who have come in and have co-opted themselves into the movement and who have created an alternate narrative to what was there? Because the alternate narrative seems to be mayhem, chaos, like what happened in Kitengela. Are we saying that the Gen Zs whom we first saw are the very people who went and caused that mayhem and destruction?
I'll tell you one simple thing, then you can draw a conclusion, because I don't want anybody to threaten Standard Media Group with a suit. So
do we need to say that these are your words? The next words that you're about to speak are yours?
You see, when Parliament was breached, then on Wednesday we were encouraging people to go to State House. Then some of us realized and say that you guys are going to State House, and also people are living in State House, and some of the security officers are our brothers and sisters, and they would share and tell you that, boss, we have been given express orders, and this is what we are supposed to do. Kindly tell these young people we love them. Don't come. Just don't come. We don't want to. Because, a normal police officer will not shoot. There's no police officer who will kill 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 demonstrators. Pop, pop. Then again, another one. Then another one. The moment he shoots one and he sees blood, the conscience will kick in.
His conscience is triggered? Is that what?
Yes, and the next shots you will see, even in Parliament. That's why, despite the breach by hundreds, thousands probably, only 12. And one life lost is one too many. I agree. But I can tell you that the number, when I saw it in the morning, I said,
only
those guys were very restrained. And I received a call on that Thursday. I was going to a media station, and they told me that, boss, why are you telling people not to go to State House? He's a very powerful person. It was the last government. Probably one of the most powerful people I've ever spoken to in my life. Why are you telling people not to go to parliament? I said, can you guys be part of this thing? No, we just want, can you guys mobilize? Yuko Azimio. Ujamaa ondoke.
Okay.
Ujamaa ondoke.
Our last question, because our time is running out, Robert. Is there a place for talks? Broad-based government is what the president has said.
We have to talk.
What do you think about the current dialogue that is being asked for at the moment?
I support it fully. The president has to talk to political leaders. The unfortunate bit for the Gen Zs who don't want any politician, talking about their plight, or probably they want politicians to address the plight, but they don't want politicians in any conversation. It is very ironical. But I think it has to be addressed politically, and because this is a country led through a democratic political process, I think that the politicians from both sides have to talk. I think the president has to reach out, which I hear that he has reached out. I'm seeing from the various newspaper, it is the Marazimio, ODM, and so on. I've reached out, and he's trying to bring some members into a broad-based government. I really support that, and I think it has to happen very fast, because when we realize that we have a country to protect and save and nurture, I think it's when everybody would realize that we have lived a level of democratic maturity. But also I ask my friend, because I don't believe it's a Gen Z anymore. Even the people who held a memorial concert for Gen Z didn't include any single person below the age of 43 in that concert. But I would urge them that you need to realize that any movement without leadership is bound to cause chaos, and you have to trust one person in the world. One person in the world. Can you get that one person in the world who can speak for you? Yeah?
Thanks
Even
for your
if you don't
insights.
trust.
Thanks for your insights this morning. Robert Alai, member of the County Assembly in Nairobi. Akile Leshwa Ward, thank you so much for being here this morning. Good morning. 1 minute after 8.
And so on to control them.
Alai, who appeared to support police force that resulted to the death and abductions, attributed it to how they were being treated by the country.
Alai, are you making a connection between how they're treated,
yes,
or how they live out their existence? Are you connecting that with the violence that they mete out on people during protests?
Yes, definitely. How we treat these young men and women, and some of them are very served in the forces for a long time. How we treat them is going to be reflected on how they serve us.
If they were treated well, they lived in decent accommodation,
even
they were able to earn really well, and there were protests happening in the city. Are you saying, Robert, that we would not see the killing by police of individuals?
The level of killing, killings. I believe that to some extent it will happen.
He further urged Kenyans to stop the protests and give President William Ruto timelines to address the challenges they've raised.
But I have a challenge when people seem to be not living in reality. And the reality is this, that you have given him conditions. Why don't you give him timelines? Why don't you tell him that we are giving you 3 months to implement this? We are giving you 6 months to implement this.
Or what?
Or come back and protest. Because you started protest in June. You don't give him any moment to work. You can't even have the cabinet sit down. This person has been in the presidency for less than 2 years. There's no miracle. There's no school also for being a president. He's been in the presidency for just 2 years.
Religious leaders in Western region have continued to ask President William Ruto to consider the issues raised by the Gen Z movement without chest thumping. Led by the county religious leaders, Chairman Nicholas Olumasia, they criticized President Ruto's remarks on Sunday, where he vowed to deal with the Gen Z protests.
Hiyo matamshi ya president kuongea kwamba enough is enough, hiyo matamshi hatutataka. Hiyo matamshi ni ya kuongeza chumvi, ni kuongeza moto, na matamshi kama hayo tafadhali rudi chini. Na sisi watu wa dini pia tutaita hawa Gen Z tuwaongeleshe pia, sio hata wewe peke yako. Hii kitu ya Kenya sio ya particularly one group, ni sisi wote. Rais wetu, usitumie matamshi makali ya kwamba enough is enough, ati sasa umechoka utatumia chochote kumaliza. Hiyo ni matamshi mabaya.
The drift in ODM party and whether they'll work with the Kenya Kwanza government to address challenges facing the country continues to grow. As ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has denied the existence of plans for dialogue, Homa Bay MP Peter Kaluma says there is actually a list of political leaders who've been involved in the talks, which will soon be presented to President William Ruto.
That within the week, as soon as we want to see those other appointments Baba was to forward to him, and we want all of them approved. And Honorable Speaker, if that can happen, then we are going to push this thing very fast.
And Kaluma's statement comes at a time there is still indecisiveness on 5 ODM members who will be given CS positions. He adds that the names should be presented as they are as soon as possible.
Because I don't want some confusion I've seen circulating. Somebody writing saying if members of the ODM party are appointed to government, they are going on their own. We met and resolved so. We want to tell people sending conflicting positions from the ODM to remember that they are on an interim position in those positions. We can remove them if we resolve a position and then they contradict it.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lau Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so where are we this morning? Looking at some traffic. It's still pretty busy in the city, and we're into traffic hour proper, that's for sure. As you come off the thicker superhighway, there's some that's coming in through towards the Pangani Tunnel. It's going to continue for some time. And let's take a look at Jogoo Road, which you've not seen much happening there for some time. Landis Road is busy going towards the Kamkunji roundabout. And then Uhuru Highway coming in from Lusaka Road, heading out to Haile Selassie Junction, and then all the way into the CBD out towards Westlands. We're going to see some trickle of traffic, but not too bad. This is the Eastern Bypass, and it's bumper to bumper. Look at that junction coming in from the AP Training College Junction, and there's traffic all the way through towards North Airport Road, and then linking to that Embakasi loop. Let's see what happens as we come through it. Traffic hour this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 8 after 8 o'clock, we somehow able to do 7 after 7, 8 after 8. Let's go on for 9 after 9 in the final hour. But for now, getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, The Situation Room. And we're getting into other conversations this hour. Thank you for being here. Again, to all our audiences on YouTube, Facebook, X, and TikTok. We don't take it for granted that you're here, as well as our audiences on KTN Home this morning, even as we make that crossover. All right. Have some money under the mattress or in your socks? Britam is saying, don't do that anymore. Take that money, put it into an account, either the money market fund or the smart yield account, and watch your money grow. In the short term, and into the long term. In the short term, we're looking at earning you an interest of 13.5% per annum. And in the mid to long term, we're looking at earning you an interest of 14% on the smart yield account. So make a decision today to take that money for your long-term plans, whether you want to buy a property, whether you want to buy a vehicle, whether you want to make sure that in the future you can travel around the world, whatever it is that you want to do. Britam says, let's make that money grow instead of just sitting literally watching it. Like that guy in Imali, what was his name? That guy, don't be like that guy. Take your money, put it with Britam, and let's move. There's a number to call. There's a hash. There's not a hashtag. There's a code.
778. Or you can go ke.britam.com. Yes.
Okay.
You will select save and invest. When you scroll down, and as you say, voila, you will be able to get all the information you need, and you'll have the instructions that you can follow to get you to this particular promised land.
There you go. And you can actually do that today. You know, send an SMS to that number. Somebody's going to get in touch with you. And how about you put in 1,000 shillings into your existing account? Or once you've created that account, put 1,000 shillings into it. Make the payment. Send us a screenshot in our DMs. And you could actually win 5,000 shillings today, courtesy of Britam. So get on to that. By the end of the show, we'll let you know who that winner is. But you can get ahead to doing that this morning. Our guest for this hour is here. Odhiambo Ramogi is an economist and the CEO of Elim Capital. And he's our guest this hour. And we're going to be looking at the cost of protests versus the cost of corruption. Which one weighs on the scale more than the other? And which one should we knock off the scale and say, you know what? It is actually this corruption that we ought to be looking at. Or we need to be worried about the cost of protests? Or do they balance out? So we'll be having that conversation this morning. I should say good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very fine, thank you.
It has been a minute.
It has. Just a little cold, forgive me. My voice is all over the place. So be gentle on me this morning.
Don't even worry about it. You're in good company. So today is the day when the voices are voicing. So you know what? We'll do what we can.
All right. Thank you.
Don't worry about it. Karibu sana. But let's welcome you with today's proverb, right?
Mm-hmm. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the sovereign island nation and the Union of Comoros. Okay? The Union has 4 different islands. Okay? Now, this is what I always find. This one tickles me to death. That it's an island nation in the middle of the Indian Ocean, but it's in East Africa. Okay, so it means there's an East African Indian Ocean, doesn't it?
There's an East African Indian Ocean. Yes, okay, let's go with that.
Indian Ocean. Yes, that. Anyway, the proverb: a beggar will not mind being insulted. A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
Huh.
What do you think, Ramogi?
A beggar will not mind being insulted. It has a similitude to the beggar's knees are supple. So that if you lack capacity and that capacity is in someone else's hands and you need to get it desperately so to the point of begging, some small insults will be overlooked to achieve the greater goal.
Take the insult today to get what you want tomorrow.
In fact, don't even consider it an insult. An insult is an insult when you accept it as an insult. Yes.
Could be water off a duck's back. Doesn't matter because I'm going to get what I need anyway. So you can insult me until the day comes.
Wouldn't you agree?
I think I would.
My friend, where I come from, pride is very important. There are things, of course, that we find very difficult to swallow, even if the end goal is still beautiful.
And you are aware that... No, we're having a little moment here.
Oh, you guys clearly... Yes, so, you are in good company.
Yes, and you're aware that pride comes before fall, don't you?
Well, we'll handle the fall when it comes. In the meantime, however, Buana, don't insult us.
Don't beg. Buana, we don't beg.
There's a common phrase in the Luo, Jaluo Ksechi.
What does that mean?
It means a Luo doesn't beg.
We could have a whole conversation about this, but time is not on our side. I will not allow two of you to get into this thing this morning.
I think that's a very interesting proverb for further reflection in the day. Yeah. I have also not said this. I observed that you guys won the award, the Super Brands Award. Let me say congratulations.
Why, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. You're a very observant person. Thank you.
Yeah. I actually saw it on Monday, and that's how I started engaging with Eric and Ednah, and I just passed my congratulations. And now I'm here in person. Let me mention, it's good to be in an award-winning radio station.
Thank you very much. And we can't go without saying that the folks that come in here every day and the audiences that tune in across platforms are essentially the ones that help us to be able to do this on this station every day, every hour. So thank you also for recognizing and for being here.
Right.
So many things have been happening in the country over the last 1 month. We're looking at, at that precipice on the 25th of June and then getting to this point where we are today. And many things have been called for. And it's interesting because just in the last hour, we, having a conversation about how these protests have cost the nation a lot of money. The protests in terms of loss of property have been high. In terms of loss, what would come in concerning the economy have been even higher. Put that on the scale. And on the other side of the scale, let's put the cost of corruption and say the money that is lost every day by whomever it may be, at whatever level. Do the two equate?
That's a very good question, and I'll request that you allow me a few minutes just to give my analysis, and then after that, we'll probably debate it further.
Sure.
A few weeks back, the government spokesman, Mr. Kuria, came up saying that we are losing about 6 billion shillings. We've lost about 6 billion shillings from the protests. Now, let me start by saying, in all honesty, yes, protests are costly because it means people do not get to town as often as they should. It means traveling is curtailed. It means that restaurants and eateries in towns are under patroned. It means that those of us who would probably want to go shopping in town will want to lock ourselves indoors and watch TV, at least those of us who are not courageous enough to step out. And so they are costly. But it also needs to be remembered that it is very difficult to quantify those losses. And the reason why it is difficult to quantify the exact loss is because now in a protest, first of all, you need to understand, the region where the protest is happening generates this amount of income per day. And anybody who's done research in this country knows that it is very difficult to get that data, especially at the county level. So how much money is generated from Nairobi CBD per day? It's hard to establish. What we have, however, is that the GDP of Nairobi County is about 5.2 trillion. Now, 5.2 trillion on a daily rate would come down to around 14 billion, assuming that money is being generated on every day, including Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
Now, but we do not know whether this 14 billion is from JKIA, Westlands, Upper Hill, CBD, Kilimani, Karen, Runda, UN Gigiri. It's not clear what comes from where. And so now when you say, for example, that we have lost 6 billion from Nairobi city, where are you getting this data from? Because it's not in the public domain. So generally it's very hard to measure that. The other reason why it's hard to measure that is that in the midst of any crisis, there are gainers and then there are losers. There are Matatu people who just enjoyed that day because, at least there is a large population that will be
ferried back to wherever they're
yes.
coming from. Yeah.
There's a population of guys who are selling water who also had a field day because they were selling water to the protesters. There are those who are selling flags, T-shirts, patriotic T-shirts. I saw a T-shirt on Anguka Nayo. Someone somewhere enterprising just developed that. And so then how do we again quantify the industries that actually gained out of it? So in essence, what I'm trying to say is that what Mheshimiwa was saying is stories ajaba. It's difficult to measure. It's economic fiction that is institutionalized, to say the least.
Okay.
Now, but we understand each other that there is usually a little loss. I doubt it's 6 billion though. Let me perhaps, before going into the debate, go into the other side of the conversation, which is the cost of corruption. Now, this one is also hard to measure. And the reason why it's hard to measure is because corruption is secretive. But ours has been institutionalized. Publicized. And people are very proud of it. To the extent that a former head of state actually said that we lose about 2 billion shillings per day to corruption. If you were to do this in an annual basis, 365 times 2 billion, I think it was around 2.5, it comes to around 790 thereabouts per day, per year on corruption. This is a third of all revenue generated in 2023. That is a third of all revenue generated, all national revenue generated in the Republic of Kenya in 2023. Now, what that means, let me perhaps paint a picture to it. If you add what we earn from corporate tax, which is around 250 billion, to what we earn from pay as you earn, which is around 500 billion, that's what you get. So what we lose in corruption is a totality of all the corporate tax and all the payee. That's all income taxes combined together. In fact, it is also equivalent to all the custom duty that comes into the country, which is around 790 billion. And so then that now paints you a picture of just how big the corruption loss is. Now, what does this mean in actual numbers? I'll do the quantities, I'll do the qualitative losses, and then I'll finish with the fiscal taxes and leave it at that. The tax implications and leave it at that. In terms of quantity, this means around 6,000 potential hospitals could be built. Professor Kivutha Kibwana told us that you can actually build a hospital with 100 million and equip it. If we were to go by the Professor Kibwana's approach, which he did in Makueni, and prove that it is possible, that would be about 6,000 hospitals that are being lost to corruption every year. That's about 20 hospitals per constituency. So that's how bad it is. If we were to look at it in terms of the payment to doctors, at around 500,000 per doctor in Kenya, there are 10,000 registered doctors in Kenya. At around 500,000 per month payment to every doctor in Kenya, that would pay all the doctors in Kenya for around 14 years without any strike happening, without any complaint, without any issue.
We just rewind that a bit. This amount we are speaking of,
yes,
we started off with the assertion that 2 billion is lost every day.
Yes.
And we've computed it to amount to 700, it's 365 days times 2, okay?
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Now, having done that, we are now trying to put it into quantifiable, given the quantifiable scenario.
Yes.
And this is where we come with the salaries.
Correct.
Okay, repeat that one again.
Yeah.
So if we paid every doctor,
this amount would pay every registered doctor, because there are 9,000 registered doctors, 9,000 plus change.
So let's round it off to 10.
Round it off to 10. So 10,000 doctors being paid 500,000 per month.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you pay them 500,000 per month, in a year, that's around 6 million per doctor. 6 million per doctor times 10,000 gives you 60 billion. Now, 60 billion would pay these doctors for the next 14 years
From the money that is lost
on corruption. For the next 14 years, without any strike happening. 14 years of peace, no strike.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes it's good that we just do this
they're asking 200,000.
Line by line.
Yes.
We're saying 10,000. Where do we get this 10,000 number, doctors?
It is in public domain.
Okay, fine.
The number of registered doctors.
Number of registered doctors in Kenya, 10,000 doctors.
10,000.
700 and something billion shillings projected is the amount of money that's lost to corruption in Kenya every year. It's a third of the money that is collected in terms of revenue.
Correct.
Because we're looking at 2.1 trillion shillings around there is what KRA collects.
Yes.
However it is spent is a totally different story. So 700 billion shillings.
And this is money earned. This is not money loaned or granted.
No. This is money from inside domestic collection, revenue.
Yes.
Right? 10,000 doctors could be paid 500,000 shillings a month.
They're asking for 200,000, but they could be paid 500,000
for 14 years.
For 14 years.
From the money lost from corruption.
From the money lost from corruption.
The money that is lost for corruption in 1 year.
In 1 year.
Could pay these doctors for 14 years at 500,000 shillings a pop.
Double and a half the money that they're asking for today.
Yes. Can I carry on?
Yes.
The money that is lost to corruption would pay JSS teachers for the next 80 years.
Okay, when I first came to Kenya, maybe 8 or 80.
80.
80.
Because you see, what they're saying is that the budget that was meant to pay JSS was 10 billion, right?
Yes.
So the data on JSS is still scanty. But they had said that 10 billion shillings that was supposed to come from the taxes they had introduced in the Finance Bill 2024 was supposed to pay JSS teachers.
Mm-hmm.
If then we go by that 10 billion figure, the money lost on corruption would pay these JSS teachers, all of them annually, for the next 8 years. And this is money lost in 1 year. For the next 80 years. The children they are teaching now, who are around 12, 13 years old, by the time that money is depleted, will be 93 years old. Assuming they live that long. All right? The money, let me go to roads. Now, before I go to roads, I think let's first of all educate university students.
Oh, yes, please, let's do. Because right now we have a problem.
Yes, we have a problem. So the money that we lose to corruption could educate all university students registered, around 600,000 of them. It's around 556, but let's round it off to 600,000.
Why not? Okay.
Yeah. At the cost of 200,000 per student, that money could educate all the university students in the Republic of Kenya, all, private, public, all, for the next 8 years. In other words, we could educate 4 years, waende, and then educate another 4 years. And this is money lost in 1 year. All of them, we could educate them for the next 8 years.
How many?
All 600,000 university students in the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
Remind me how much university fees are per year.
Around 200,000. I'm calculating with around 200,000.
This is what we're talking about now per year. So by the time you finish, assuming that it's a university degree is 4 years, you'll be done. Maybe you're spending 800,000 shillings.
Yes. Okay. So assuming university is 4 years, we will have educated 2 batches of university students
with the money
without any parent going into the pocket.
Without help.
Without help.
Whatever.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yes. And this is money lost to corruption in 1 year. And then let's now go to TVET, because maybe not all of them go to the university. TVET has around 400,000. To educate TVET, we need around 100,000 per student. Now, there are those which are more. For example, KMTC might be more. And then there are those which are significantly
less,
low.
Yes.
Like plumbing would be a lot lower. But in average, let's average 100,000. That translates to about 40 billion per year for TVET. And so then we would educate all the TVET students for the next 20 years with the money lost to corruption in 1 year. And now let me go to roads. If we were to assume that we are tarmacking roads at 50 million per kilometer, this is usually difficult because they say that there are roads that are more expensive, can go into 300 million per kilometer, like the ones in Dongo Kundu, where there's a lot of work that needs to be done across the ocean. But there are the others which are not that expensive that can come down to what Mutua did, which is around 20 million per kilometer.
Yeah.
But let me use 50 million per kilometer on average.
Okay.
If we did 50 million per kilometer, we would do in 1 year 16,000 kilometers of tarmac roads.
They would even finish Enterprise Road.
You are saying Enterprise Road. all the roads that are tarmacked in the Republic of Kenya today, since independence, is 12,000.
What?
Kilometers. So what we would do with the money lost to corruption in 1 year is 125% of all the roads that are tarmacked in the Republic of Kenya. So that now tells you why then we feel that the amount lost to corruption is a lot more than the amount lost to the protests.
And that's what should be paid attention to.
And that's what should be paid attention. Let me finish. I had said that I'll finish with the tax part.
Yes.
Why this is very important and why this connects to the protests. Because the protests emanated from a finance bill which was all but, very sensitive. You see, when you have done a lot of corruption, if, for example, a third of all your revenue, tax revenue, does not go into servicing the needs of the republic, does not go into servicing the provisions of the law, then you have to be creative to get extra resources,
of course,
to now meet the needs of the people. Because you have prioritized corrupt gains over providing services. And so because then now you need money to provide services, you need money to provide education, you need money to build roads. So you have to go back to the people and say, you know what? The taxes you gave us are not enough.
Yes.
And so we need to increase the taxes so that then we can build an extra SGR. We need to get more taxes, then we can build more roads. But essentially what you have is more than enough.
Yes.
But you don't find it is more than enough, so you have to go back to the people and make some unsustainable, unsuitable policy decisions of just overtaxing Kenyans. And so that is how now corruption is connected to the protests. The protests are about corruption and misgovernment and poor governance that has led us to a point where we are overcharging Kenyans in terms of taxation, and we are not providing the services because a third of all that they give the government to work with go into private pockets, buy expensive watches, take clandes to Paris and Dubai shopping. So now we are left with nothing to provide services for the people of Kenya.
Direct connections being made this morning. Ramogi Odhiambo is our guest this hour, the CEO of Elim Capital, and we're looking at, okay, can the scales actually tip in favor of making sure that things that are being demanded for are gotten rid of, such as corruption? And let's look at the House when we come back. It's 8:30, and we'll come back and continue right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
So looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 12 degrees. We'll see highs of 22 and we'll see highs of 24. In a sunny Nakuru at 15. Also at 14, it is pretty sunny in Nyeri with highs of 22 and lows of 12. 22 will be the high in a partly sunny Eldoret at 16. Mombasa is sunny at 25, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29. In a mostly sunny Malindi at 26, and at 22, Kisumu is sunny, going to highs of 28, while Kakamega will see highs of 27, currently sunny at 19. Kampala at 19 is sunny, highs of 27, while into Dar es Salaam it's 24 and sunny with highs of 30. Johannesburg at 12 degrees is sunny with highs of 20 and we'll see highs of 29. In a sunny Mogadishu at 27, it's 15 and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 21. Lagos clear at 24 with highs of 29 and we will see then highs of 22. In a partly sunny Kinshasa going to highs of 30.
Spice up your life.
Busy in the city this morning and coming on the Eastern Bypass with quite some traffic in and outbound heading towards Embakasi at the Loop, and also seeing some traffic then getting towards Outer Ring. That's pretty busy. Cabanas will take on some of that, and it's very busy this morning on Jogo Road heading out towards Landis, and we're seeing a bumper to bumper situation also then coming in through towards the Pangani underpass. That's going to be busy. Muranga Road also busy going towards the roundabout at Globe Cinema. Some traffic also on Wayaki Way. It's not letting up just yet as you get towards Westlands. And Limu Road is looking okay. Kiambu Road had some traffic, but was just going to see the little bit of that left as you try to get towards Muthaiga Square. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 9 o'clock, our conversation this morning continues with Ramogi Odhiambo, and we're looking at, there have been tales of, money lost through protests, but we see that even before that, there's huge amounts of money that's lost that could potentially do, earth-moving things for the country. Qualify that, Ramogi.
Well, thank you. There is also the qualitative losses from corruption that we have observed. A few days back, I think I saw an interview where Larry Madowo was talking to a young man and asking him why he was in the streets. And the young man says, my wife thinks I'm a loser because I can no longer get employment and therefore I cannot be the man I should be to the family. What this means is that there are lost services to the public, and that is a fact. You see that in an environment of corruption, the first things that lost when finance bill came and the appropriations bill 2024 was sanitary pads. Linda Mama. The things that really matter to mwananchi wa kawaida are the first things that lost. But there is also the part that we lose. You see, with high corruption, what leads is high taxes. And high taxes mean you and I no longer have savings. And no savings mean no investment. And no investment mean no employment. And so if there is no employment, then more and more Kenyans will be unhappy. Then you have crime rates increasing. Then you have you find yourself in a cyclical problem. But the other problem also is that increased taxes mean that investment coming from outside is no longer flowing in as was expected.
Right.
So then this part of no employment carries on and continues, because if you have zero or less than expected foreign direct investment, then you have no employment to create. You have no capacity to create employment. And because of that, of course, you have the other problems that accompany it. And finally, let me say that there are lost ambitions by young people who would have been educated, whether in the university or in TVET institutions. Right now, that whole education policy is in a mess because, look, I consider myself to be a very smart gentleman.
Okay.
And I still don't understand that thing. And I've done a lot of research in the education sector. How they determine, for example, okay, this one we are going to support and make sure he goes to university, chaukweli.
Yeah.
But this one, them they are okay. They should pay the whole 300, 200,000. It's not clear to someone like me. Now, Sembuse, someone in, say, Garissa, who is trying to access these resources, it becomes very, very difficult for this person to access that opportunity. And so those are the qualitative losses that we have observed, that it is very difficult to quantify and tell someone there are this number of young people who could have developed a great business for this country who are now not in the university, or there are this number of people who would have come up with a great invention who are now not at the university, or this number of people died because of the doctors' strike, and you could have paid doctors, but you opted to buy expensive watches. So it is very difficult.
You're not going to let go of this watch.
No. Not at all. Yeah.
How then, because, oftentimes, and I think we are justified to do so, that it doesn't become clear in the minds of people what you're actually talking about when you talk about losses. And to do that, then you actually see what you would gain in the presence of a loss. So when you do that, then you see, okay, actually, this is what it means.
Right.
And so for the insistence on certain things to happen then becomes greater. But then how would it translate? How would it translate, Ramogi? When we're saying this money that is lost, how do you now say, find that money and apply it here? I mean, I know exactly why I'm asking you that question, but what are then those taps that need to be closed? What needs to happen to ensure that you can actually hire doctors for 14 years or 10 years, so that you can make sure that JSS teachers are at work and teaching, or that you can make sure that the capitation that's supposed to go to schools actually goes, that you can build hospitals and make sure that people don't have to travel so far to seek healthcare. What are those taps that need to then be closed to ensure that this money is not lost? And is it not at the front and center of what the protests were about?
It is. And let me first of all say that I congratulate the organizers of the protests, the tribeless, leaderless group. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Now, we need to go beyond that into the whole corruption question is a governance question. And I know I've done some good work on breaking the figures, but it is not a mathematical, it is not an accounting question, it is a political governance question. And I am glad that young people are now taking a keen interest into the political situation in the country and asking the difficult questions. But they need to present themselves, and beyond presenting themselves, take leadership positions. If they fail to step up in 2027, they will be led by people who are out to corruptly gain from them. They will be led by people who are supporting the others who are corruptly gaining. And that will be a problem. The bigger issue also is you find that this group has not voted traditionally, because they say, Ata tukivote, it doesn't make a difference. To some extent, they are true, but if they can organize themselves to protest and bring down the kind of heat they have brought down, I think they can organize themselves to govern. And if they can organize themselves to govern, then one of the things that they need to do is don't change the monkeys in the forest and you leave the forest intact. Because what will happen is the institutions of corruption. Corruption is no longer, in this administration, corruption is no longer a scandal. You see, in the days of Kibaki, it was a scandal. Anglo leasing scandal. Goldenberg was before, I think.
Yeah.
So we were used to scandals because it was one-off, once in a while. In this administration, it is institutionalized, it is regularized, it is accounted for and budgeted for, to the extent that when there is a small scandal, people wonder, but it's only 7 billion. I remember there was a time Aurora and Kimarer came up and we were wondering, where is that money? And someone confidently asked us, it is only 7 billion. Because he knows what goes to private pockets is actually 800 billion. And so it is institutionalized. And I think we need to remove those institutions, and we need to come up with governance, stronger governance practices.
But Ramogi, institutions don't move money. People do.
People do.
People steal money.
Right.
People misappropriate funds.
Right.
People mismanage their docket. Money is lost not because it disappears into the air. People
No, you're pushing me. I was really avoiding this phrase.
Anguka dayo. People take it.
Because the thing that was
systems
coming
are set up very nicely, and I'm going to go back to that whole cliche thing of people come and do benchmarking in Kenya, Rwanda, I don't know who. Even people from Nigeria come and benchmark systems in Kenya. So the systems seem to be set up and running, but the people in these, and I understand what you're saying, that the structure that you find in an organization means that you either go with the flow or you go.
Right.
So is it not that the people then who are perpetuating these things should be the ones that should be gotten rid of?
So let me perhaps, the first thing that came to mind when you started talking about people is Anguka Nayo. I was really trying to avoid that. But let me first of all paint you a picture of the things that I think are easy wins in terms of structural adjustments. It was a very big mistake in our constitution to say that Treasury is under key and lock of the national government, and to disempower both Senate and the CRA, the Commission on Revenue Allocation. I think the first thing we need to do is to have Treasury as a neutral organ, whereby there is representation from both the devolved government and the national government. And that will now ensure that there are more eyes on the national pot than right now. There's only one, and this one now can use that opportunity to manipulate their interests within the public, within the devolved units. The second thing also that I have observed that also needs to change is there's a lot of things that are still withheld at the national government that are actually devolved. Now, I am a champion of devolution, not because it's perfect, but because the amount of money that is being stolen at the county government is very small compared to the amount of money that is being stolen at the national government. And this is purely on account of the fact that the money going to the national government is a lot smaller. You can
the money going to the
county government is a lot smaller. And so if it is, for example, going at 5 billion shillings is going to, say, Wajir. Now, you cannot afford to steal, for example, 5 billion shillings going to Wajir. All of it. But at the national government, you have lump sum, huge amounts of money, like the Ministry of Roads receiving 192 billion. I mean, stealing 5 billion, no, stealing 50 billion from 192 billion is a lot easier. And so we have county roads that need to be given to county governments that are still under the rule, the key and lock of Kura, the key and lock of Kera. All these are, of course, unconstitutional organs that are controlling money and just trying to centralize corruption.
All of these bodies are unconstitutional.
They are unconstitutional.
But they've been given the mandate to do certain things when it comes to road maintenance.
They are unconstitutional because those roads are supposed to be devolved roads. When we devolve a unit called a road, you do not come back and say, okay, you guys can tell us what you want done, and that's us guys will no. And I build it for you, maintain it for you. No. A devolved unit means that the devolved government will have mandate to determine which road and to determine when and to determine how it's going to be made and to implement, because an executive implements, and to implement its construction and to maintain and to report. You cannot then expect a devolved unit which is expected by law to report on this road, how do they report on a road that they did not build, they did not maintain, they don't know anything about?
Every time I hear this conversation, I'm actually amazed at one thing. These problems we discussed did not begin with the Ruto government.
No.
Everything we have said, they seem to be culminating now. It's like they've reached boiling point now. But this matter of devolved units not being supported in the manner a devolved unit should be, meaning the actual ensuring that a devolved unit is precisely that.
Right.
Take health. I mean, there's no end to the complaints and to what has been said. The bulk of the money for health stays with the national government.
Yes.
So you're wondering...
And let me tell you, the objective of that centralization of the health money is corruption. The objective of centralization of the roads money is corruption. Any president right now who is keen on eating will make sure that their friend is minister for roads, because that's where the eating happens. It is the untouchable ministry. Roads, this administration brought in the energy angle and health. This is where people want to eat. Corruption is happening in places where the law has devolved resources.
And again, even as we start, how do you peel back? I know you've talked about, so it sounds to me like you're prescribing what a number of other economists have prescribed today. Shut the thing down, put people in rooms, breakout sessions, and say, how are we then going to make sure that this thing is actually working the way in which it's going to be? Remove the people or break down the systems that allows for such things to take place. Because, and again, you know, somebody said last week that the problem that Kenya is dealing with today is not all these good government, it's corruption. If you deal with this money that seems to disappear, then you deal with the impunity.
Thank you.
Say it's not
corruption is a manifestation of the impunity.
It's impunity. Because you think you can do something wrong and get away with it because historically you've been able to.
They know you have been getting away with it. They know. And because they know, they perpetrate the crime. I mean, just think about how bizarre it is that you get to a point where you budget for it.
It is budgeted for.
And you are actually plundering government coffers deliberately and in literally broad daylight. And somehow we have even accepted, we say, it isn't that much. What do you mean it isn't that much?
Yeah.
It isn't your money to take. It's money that's intended to serve everybody in this country. And then a few people determine that it is them who are supposed to take it. You see, we cannot accept that small corruption is good. This big corruption began as small. And then the tolerance levels just increased to the point where we seem not to be very bothered when someone says, 100 million. Even him can't get serious. I mean, why didn't he just take a B? This is what we know he has actually taken. I mean, surely, can't you see there's something wrong with our psyche here? We are actually lauding theft and saying, so long as you steal in small quantities, it's not that bad. What do you mean it's not that bad?
It is bad.
Who's responsible for taking a hammer to this head right now and doing something about it if they really wanted to?
Mwananchi.
How?
The vote. Mwananchi, and I'm sorry to say this, but I think our democracy has failed because of poverty, and these people know it. And if you ask me, actually, I think we should reduce our taxes because it looks like the amount of taxes we are giving these guys is too much. And so they have to find ways and means of getting it into their private pockets. I believe we could reduce the VAT to 7.5% like Nigeria and still survive. I believe we could reduce PAYE to 25% like Nigeria and South Africa and still survive. But because I feel we are giving them too much money. But the Mwananchi, on the other hand, is being denied money. And I wish we had time to go into the austerity question, because we are talking austerity as regards now expenditure side. We are not talking austerity as regards can we start austerity from the tax side? So that then, while the government is talking about having some resources and managing their resources better, I also, as Mwananchi, is left with some resources to manage better. And you do that by at least reducing the tax. Anyway, back to your question. Who is responsible?
Yeah.
Mwananchi has to vote more wisely and not allow themselves to eat money that is theirs and then vote because Ndu is very good, because Ndu gave me 1,000 shillings. No. That 1,000 shillings is yours. Eat it if you have to, but vote according to what you believe is right.
So the austerity question then has come in, and that was actually going to be the next one, because the president has actually committed to saying, let's see how we can apply these measures of austerity across board.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The president is not being sincere.
Why?
The two reasons. One, yes, we brought down the finance bill, but in the same breath, he made sure he signed the appropriations bill into an act. And so he has a budget that was according to his preferences. To try and placate us into thinking that is amending that, he comes up with a supplementary budget. Now, a supplementary budget can only adjust up to 10%. That's the law of supplementary budget. Now, if you have a budget that huge and that has some provisions that we feel are out of place, and you come up with a supplementary budget, it feels like you really do not feel the need for a structural change that made Kenyans go into the streets. Because I feel, for example, the roads ministry getting 192 billion is just too much. Yes, they may have reduced 14 billion out of it, but where is the rest of the money going to? To paint you a picture, Thika Road was built with 32 billion, and that was 12 years ago. And inflation is only mostly on oil and food. And so most of construction materials have not... The price of cement at that time was 600. The price of cement today is 800.
Right.
It hasn't gone that much. And so now, how did we move from building a state-of-the-art post-modern road like Thika Road with 32 billion into needing over 192 billion to do 1,000 kilometers of road? Because they do 1,000 kilometers per annum. And so that is money that could be just, that budget could be slashed.
Thika Road is not 1,000 kilometers.
It is not 1,000 kilometers. But what I'm saying is it's postmodern, 6 lanes.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And so now, if we are even to say then, 6 lanes of Thika Road gave us this, it was done at 32 billion. Now, 2 lanes of Mombasa to Malindi, or 3 or 4 lanes of Mombasa to Malindi, combined with 4 lanes of Kisian to Senge in my home. Surely, you need 192 billion to do those roads. I think that someone somewhere is joking and is misleading Kenyans. That money can go away so that we apply austerity even in the roads ministry. We need to apply austerity from the top down.
Let me ask this question. This talk of austerity, we are experiencing what you economists call a recession. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you starve money? Do you squeeze money in a recession? Or do you do so during a glut, during a period when the country is booming? Should we not be injecting more money into the country now as opposed to removing the little that there is? Because you remove it, we are going to kill it.
And that's why I was like, this conversation in Ghana fiscal. Because I'm feeling like we are discussing someone is giving us the details to fight over, while the real issue is the fiscal question. Because if you did some fiscal easing and you released some more money into the pockets of Kenyans.
And reduce the taxes.
By reducing, that's what we call fiscal easing.
Yes.
Jacom.
When we started this way, we're going to finish this way.
Fiscal easing, people won't understand. That's why I have to get him to say it.
Okay, Jacom, continue.
You reduce the taxes.
Yes.
But also, that now brings you to a point where you can also come back to the monetary side, because we are having a 13% interest rate. That needs to reduce so that you release funds. You cannot talk austerity when you are only talking about government spending and you are not injecting money into the economy. It is dead on arrival.
Precisely. So the country will not revive. We will not survive the recession. If anything, the pain that we are speaking of will get infinitely worse.
But you know what, Ramogi? There are people in government who know this.
No, there are many people in government.
Experts at that level who are aware of these principles and elements that you speak of. Why don't we see this being applied quickly?
Interest. I mean, right now, look, austerity. We have removed the office of the First Lady, the office of Second Lady, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and then a supplementary budget comes. What's prioritized? The money that was lost from the office of the First Lady has been brought in from to the back door into the presidency, so that now the presidency budget has increased that budget. It tells you priorities. People's priorities are just wrong and off. They don't really care about Mwananchi. And I think that's where the problem is, and that's why we are all in support of the Gen Z protests.
How long should they continue?
The protests, as long as it's necessary.
What would happen at the end of it?
Well, to be honest, I am not sure that I want this government to fall now, because I still don't know where that would lead us. But I still want that pressure, because that pressure has helped us. That pressure has made us to escape Finance Bill 2024, has made the discourse to change drastically. If it was the years in the past, these people who have been nominated by the president would have gone to parliament without the vetting. Now he has to vet them, even though he knows that the vetting will really just get him what he wants. So the discourse has changed. So if we can maintain this pressure until 2027, I will be a very happy Kenyan.
There you go, Ramogi Odhiambo. Thank you for being here this morning. CEO of Elim Capital has helped us to open up some things. Conversations like this must continue. Till the next time, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Two activists have filed a case seeking to have a referendum to remove President William Ruto and his Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from office. They are seeking 8 prayers, including finding that Ruto and Gachagua have failed to serve Kenyans diligently. Police are investigating a fire incident in which an elderly couple was killed in Lari, Limuru, Kiambu County. The bodies of Peter Kimani, 75, and his wife Miriam Mudhoni, 65, were found long after their 3-roomed house had been flattened. The investigators said they wanted to establish if the two died out of arson, but however said that they also might have died after they lit a jiko that may have caused the fire. Elsewhere in Manyata, Embu County, police are holding a man who stabbed another in a fight over an unknown amount of money. An assailant known to the deceased told police that the man came into the house where the deceased stayed and demanded his money. A witness told police this prompted a fight before the assailant reached for a knife and stabbed him in the neck. Murder cases are on the rise amid calls on parties to solve their differences amicably. Cigarette prices have gone up by between 20 to 33% as manufacturers cash in on products despite the withdrawal of the Finance Bill 2024 that had proposed an excise tax rise. In the latest move, Sportsman has had its prices increase from 15 shillings to 20 shillings per stick, with a packet now retailing at an average of 400 shillings, up from 300 shillings. A packet of Embassy is now selling at 500 shillings, up from 400 shillings, with a stick going for 25 shillings. Some retailers are selling the Dunhill brand by up to 30 shillings per stick, with a packet going for 600 shillings. Prices retailers and consumers now say went up without notice. The bill, which President William Ruto declined to sign after a countrywide protest, would have, however, increased cigarette prices from 4 shillings and 07 cents to 4 shillings and 10 cents, meaning a stick would have still gone up by a lower margin compared to the new prices. Dozens of people who joined the scattered anti-corruption rallies in the capital of Kampala yesterday in defiance of an official ban have been charged and held behind bars. According to their lawyers, about 60 people, including a prominent TV and radio presenter and 3 young protest leaders, were hurriedly brought before the courts and remanded in custody on charges including being a common nuisance. Police spokesman Kituma Risoke has said the authorities would not allow any demonstration that threatened Uganda's peace and security. The call to action over corruption was organized by young Ugandans online, with colourful posters urging people to march on Parliament, drawing inspiration from neighbouring Kenya's mostly Gen Z-led anti-government protests. And Kileleshwa MCA Robert Alai now says that he can evidently confirm that the Gen Z movement protests have been officially taken over by goons. Speaking on SpiceFM Situation Room, Alai said this means the demos in the coming days are set to be more chaotic.
The current protests are not the real Gen Z's protest which we first witnessed. I think it has morphed into something which is more dangerous, and it always had the risk of being taken over by other interests, and it's going to be turning chaotic because now you don't know how to control it, and the police has to use the only weapon we give them, either tear gas or batons or bullets and so on, to control them.
And Alive further urged Kenyans to stop the protests and give President William Ruto timelines to address the issues they've raised.
But I have a challenge when people seems to be not living in reality. And the reality is this, that you have given him conditions. Why don't you give him timelines? Why don't you tell him that we are giving you 3 months to implement this? We are giving you 6 months to implement this.
Or what?
Or come back and protest. Because you started protest in June. You don't give him any moment to work. You can't even have the cabinet sit down. This person has been in the presidency for less than 2 years. There's no miracle. There's no school also for being a president. He's been in the presidency for just 2 years.
That's the news wire. I'm Mala Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, what's happening in the city this morning? Looking at some traffic, it's really built up, quite some. We're looking at actually really decreased in terms of what we're seeing just about half an hour ago. A little bit of that left coming out of Westlands and then on towards Waiyaki Way. We're looking at some of that going towards the Red Hill Link Road. Red Hill is not looking too bad. And off the Thika Superhighway, just a smidgen of it left as you go towards that Pangani underpass. And it will not be too crazy. Jogo Road is still busy though. And even as we go then out towards the city, coming from the Kamkunji roundabout, there will be some traffic that continues with Landis. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things. Let's see what happens as we do. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 after 9 o'clock into the last hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday. As you've been tuned in with us throughout the morning, Karibu Sana. And we're switching over to a power conversation now and seeing what happens when things are upgraded. And our guest for the hour is no stranger to us again. Isaac Ndera is here this morning, and we're going to be discussing some of those things as concerns what happens really with your token meter when it is upgraded. Before that, let's remind you of what to do with that cash that you're just watching sitting in your sock, in your drawer, under your mattress. Take it, put it in a Britam money market fund or in a smart yield account. Because what happens when you do, CT?
Well, you will earn interest, and it's actually an amazing amount of money. Because if you put money in the Britam money market fund, you will earn 13.5% per annum. Brilliant. On the other hand, if you have money that you can put aside for a longer period of time in the smart yield fund, you will be able to earn 14% per annum.
Brilliant.
That is a seriously good interest rate.
How do I do it?
Well, all you do is you can either send an SMS to 21778 or you can go to ke.britam.com, and the information before you will be easy to follow and easy to read. And all you need to do is deposit 1,000 shillings and you will have opened an account.
Okay, so even as you do that, what we say is that if you do that today, if you open an account or you top up your existing accounts with 1,000 shillings, take a screenshot of that, then send us a DM. And from that DM, we'll then be able to see who you are, what you've done, and time is a ticking. Get that done. Let us know that you've done it. You could actually win 5,000 shillings today, not tomorrow, today. And so you top up your accounts with 1,000 shillings, send us a DM, and then we'll tell you who wins that 5,000 shillings by the time we're done with this conversation this morning. Capish? Good. All right. Now, like I said, we're having a power conversation. Isaac Ndera is here. Isaac, good morning.
Good morning.
Isaac is Executive Director and of the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, an electricity billing analyst. Okay. There are certain things that have been happening with power here and then. That's the kind of power we're talking about, not this other kind of power that we all want. Right. Before we do that, CT is going to welcome you today with today's proverb.
Proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Union of the Comoros. A beggar will not mind being insulted. A beggar who cannot take insults will go hungry.
What do you think, Isaac?
That's quite true, because you see, a beggar, most likely the people who want to abuse you, Matusi, most likely are because you depend on them. And so if you decide to be maskini jeuri, then you will go hungry. Yeah, so and those people most of the people who are normally around people and they don't mind being abused, it's because they know what they are reaping from those people. So as a result, if you don't want to be abused, then and you are a beggar, then you will have to know where to get what you need to eat. I think basically that is what it is. Although it's also a long one. Yeah.
The insults come with the territory, perhaps? Yeah. Okay.
But Comoros, basically, there are many. We normally have different countries. Comoros, I think, is in which side? Is it West Africa?
East
Africa. Yes. The Indian Ocean.
Okay.
Islands in the Indian
We have islands in West Africa. That's in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
That's Cabo Verde, Sao Tome, Principe. Those are in the Atlantic Ocean. But Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, That's East Africa, and they're all in the Indian Ocean.
I've not heard much about the politics of Comoros, maybe.
Well, it has its politics, I assure you. And as you say, it's an independent country with an interesting history. The French colonized it at some point before it got independence. But it is composed of 4 separate islands, and these islands are volcanic islands. So, again, a very interesting place. Many of these islands that are in the ocean started off as stopping or trading posts. One during the slave trade era, and even when that came to an end, you're talking about the spice trade that took people to India and other such places, and that is how the economies started growing. And the countries that landed there and decided to take a little interest and grounding, they became the colonizers. That is until those countries then got their independence.
Good.
Okay, so Isaac, a couple of months ago, we saw spirited campaign to tell everybody to upgrade their token meters.
Yes.
And you seem to think that there's something beyond just upgrading the meter?
Not really, actually. I think the most important thing is because it has not been a very smooth journey for most people. First of all, the campaign was launched on 12th June, and it's supposed to be ending on August 31st. And that is what Kenya Power have decided to launch or to operate that kind of an operation. So, but basically, there are several problems people are facing as they, Kenya Power, when they're advertising, they just pretend like it's a very easy thing to do. But people have really suffered. There are people who have bought tokens, they can't feed them into the system, they don't know what the problem is. And other people have been sent messages that is not related to the meter that they are using. So those are the things that I think it's important to clarify to the people, the users.
Okay.
But maybe the first thing is to ask, why are we doing what we are doing? Is it really necessary? Could we have lived without updating them or whatever we are doing? And what exactly is being updated? Is it because there are even people who think that when the thing you key in the numbers, the one that has 2 digits, they think that is a meter, but that is not the meter. That is called a CIU, or Consumer Interface Unit. The real meter is what is normally at the panel where you may be having the main switch or something to break. That is what we are updating. It's not this CIU. But we are using the CIU to update it because it's the one that has the digits. So even if you get a different CIU later, your meter has been updated. So because that is basically the meter. But then we are updating that because the system that we were using was designed in 1993. Even if we started using the token meters the other day, like 2013, 2015, it had started in 1993. The designer decided that this is going to work for 30 years. And so 30 years were ending in 2023. So we have to update. And it is not only us, it's the whole world. In fact, South Africa have already finished. Zambia have already finished. They had about 2,000 meters. Remember, for us, we have about 7.6 million meters in Kenya. We have so far, by yesterday, we had updated up to 4.8 million. So we still have about 2.8 remaining. But even with those 4.8, we still have problems that we already had because of different issues.
What are the problems? I just want to go back to one of the things that you said.
Yes.
In terms of updating your meter, because so we saw the messages that came out, the campaign started. But then it got to some point whereby if you were going to purchase tokens, they would send you the codes. So in order for you to then key in the token that you had purchased, you then needed to enter the update code. And it's actually very simple.
It is.
It is. Because you enter the code, it updates the thing, you put in your token number, and voila, there you are. So are people having issues with it?
They're having issues because
Why?
I'll tell you one thing. You might be in the same house for a long time. So basically you use the same phone to purchase the tokens. So who will be sent that message? It's the number that has been purchasing those tokens. What happens if you have moved from where you are living and someone else has come in? Most likely you'll be the one to be sent a message. And then you'll get that message with a code. The one for reset code and the one for update code. So if you have no use because you have moved from that house, the person who comes in what happens is that they have nothing. They don't have a code. They can't key in the tokens. You see, that is the issue. But now what they have done is that Kenya Power have decided to intentionally send you the code only when you purchase those tokens, such that you are the one who needs to feed.
Yes.
So you need to update. But it happens that you might buy and then you'll be sent a code, but maybe you just buy about 10 units. But then you realize, I will not feed them because I'm going to a different house. You see, you are the one who has received those update codes.
And they wouldn't send them to you again if you made a request?
They would, but basically what they have done, you need to press star 977. Once you press star 977, you'll find a menu that comes, and then it tells you that if it is, for example, you press star 977, then you'll find a menu saying welcome to Kenya Power. Then you will say it's postpaid, prepaid token. Then you press on that one. Then they will ask you on that menu that it will come to up to four items. You will go to the fourth one that says update mita yako. Then once you go to update mita yako, you will press on that, maybe number 4, and then they will ask you which meter. You might find a list of meters there. You've been maybe feeding different meters. You might find them. But in case you do not find the meter you need there, then you can key in the meter number. Once you key in the meter number, then you will get the update codes.
So it's not difficult?
It's not difficult, but people do not know. Because most of the people, you'll find that, I have been buying tokens, but I can't feed. They are saying reject, reject, reject. So many people, those people who have been coming to our offices or calling, they are saying, I've been buying tokens. And those tokens, I can't feed. They are saying reject. And yet it has not been used. Why they are saying reject is because within these 30 years, you see there is a tendency of combining numbers. You'll find the codes that you feed, I think they are either 16 or something. The ones you feed to feed the tokens. Those numbers have been repeated. You see a way you can even think that you can guess and feed. Those have been repeated. In 30 years, definitely you are likely to have started repeating some. So what they have done to update that meter is that you will need to, they will need first erase the previous system such that all the numbers that can be fed after that will be seeing reject, reject, until you now update it so that it can now accept the new set or series of codes or the combinations. That's why every time now, if your meter is scheduled for update, you feed whatever number you feed, it will reject. Because it has to be upgraded or it has to be updated to now read the system after the 30 years. Now we are maybe going to the next 30 years. I don't know whether we'll still be around to update again. It's a historic moment, I think, for us. You might only do it once in your life.
Well, this information that you're giving us here, has it been out in the public?
I wouldn't say it has been out in the public because what I normally see with Kenya Power, the adverts on TV, the adverts on the papers and their social media, is a very short one that says you will get 2 codes. You get one, the first code you reset, the next code you update. You see, now they are not telling you what other problems are there in case it does
not work.
Even in case it doesn't work.
Are there many instances where it doesn't work?
There are many. There are very many because you even found there is even another person who came to our office and said, I have been feeding a token and the token is not saying reject, it is saying old. See now, if you have a token that you feed is saying old, it means that you purchased a token, you purchased the first token, you tried to key in, it rejected. You tried to key in again. Remember, you've not received the update code. Because maybe they are even rescheduling it for update, but they sent a message to a different person. So you might procure a token and then try to feed, but you don't have the update code.
Yes,
So
let me just understand.
Yes.
This updating,
yes,
is it being done sequentially? Meaning,
yes,
can I simply just update my own meter as and when I want, or must I wait for a specific time?
You have to wait for your meter to be scheduled. You see, they are going, so we have 7.6, so they are scheduling the first 1 million, we do it. Then, kama hujafikiwa, you have nothing to do. They have not generated your code.
And I will not have electricity.
No, you will, because they will only deny you access to load if they have scheduled for update. So there is something they do to the system such that they will say,
it's only when I'm scheduled for an update, then I cannot feed into the system.
Yes, but then they will send you the code. Now the problem is when the code has not landed on your phone. It has gone elsewhere.
And yet they have scheduled you.
And yet they have scheduled. So you key in the tokens, they will say reject. Now, it happens that you key in the first one, it rejects, you think that maybe that there is a problem, you buy another one. Then you realize that the first one you bought, as far as you have keyed in maybe the third one in the purchase, whatever, then it updates. Maybe you can even update after you have bought the third one. Whatever you had bought before you have updated, that will read as old. And you can only claim in Kenya Power. You go and write a letter that you need that refund. And a lot of money is going into waste because...
Why refunding it? Why don't they just give you another token which works?
No, it has not. They have not done that in the system. You have to... In fact, just know that in case you overpay Kenya Power, there is no way of getting that refund other than you go and write you fill some form that you need your money back. So that process is long because sometimes maybe you are talking about tokens of 1,000 and you may be in Kisii. You say, that's a lot of money to go to Nairobi. So inaenda kwa waste. So I know a lot of our consumers have lost money in that manner.
Are you saying, Dereba, that if the unit, the Kenya Power office in Kisii cannot solve this problem for me?
The refund process is going to be long. It's going to be long to an extent. I'm not even sure whether they can refund at that level. I have not seen any Kenya Power office refunding money other than maybe when you come to Steamer Plaza.
But as I said, why should then be no? I mean, if I bought the token and there's a problem with it, it means I want the token.
Yes.
So I'm not asking you to give me money. I'm asking you to give me power.
That's okay, but you see, in the system, that will read as old, and so they have no way of feeding it back into the system. You can only get refund, then they cancel it in the system. And that's a long process. Which
the customer service portal that they have,
yes,
is it responsive to such things? Because surely, if you are bringing this out, it means other people have complained about it.
Many people have complained.
So essentially, that's why I ask the customer service portal, does it help address such matters?
Most of the way I have seen, if you need that assistance, is either you call. Although even calling itself has been a challenge because only about 80% of the calls are successful in terms of addressing what you needed. In fact, even about 80% of the calls will be picked after you, of course, maybe have been there listening for quite a long time. So calling might solve, but again, no. But when you press the code of *977, most likely you're going to address a few issues there.
Sounds to me like Kenya Power needs to do something about their feedback channel. And maybe that needs to be sorted out. So, the question here I think is important is then, how do I actually know if my meter has actually been upgraded? Because, yeah, sure, I can do, because I did the prompts that come, you do the insert, you reset, etc., then you can key in your tokens. How can you be sure that your meter has actually been upgraded?
One, as far as it keeps on accepting the tokens.
Okay.
Because the message to upgrade or to update came with a token after you bought. Now, if it accepted that token, that it means it was updated. That is what it means. But again, if in case you have a meter, maybe we just need to go slowly within. Maybe just press, because it's something we can do together. Even City, I don't know whether you can manage to press *977. *977. Yeah.
All right. Just give me.
Then you I don't know, you call or something. Eh?
No, it says welcome to Kenya Power. Blah blah blah.
Yes, and then Kenya Power. The first menu is what?
Prepaid services, token. Postpaid services, bill.
Token. Go to token.
Buy token, latest token, token details, update meter yako, manage meters.
Now on number 4, update meter yako.
Enter meter number. Good golly, I don't know it off head.
Okay, but you have a list of some meters there?
No.
Okay, so if you put a meter, your meter number, you will find the 2 codes. Doesn't matter whether you've received the message or not. That in case you have not received the message and your token is not feeding, it's saying reject, that is what you need to do. Okay. And that is the information that Kenyans do not have, because they keep on calling us and saying that, oh, my meter is not feeding. I don't know the token itself. The token, the CIU. They say this must have been spoiled. I don't know what the issue is. So basically, that is the issue.
Okay. Yes. So then you can actually go to your phone and then sort out.
And so you can even sort out for another person. Yes. As far as you key in the meter number.
Okay.
Yes.
So are we okay with bills? I mean, I know we had an issue before and that maybe, bills were going high. We saw that now, again, with the 500 shillings or 1,000 shillings that you buy.
Yes.
You're not getting as much power as you would before. We can't have a power conversation without looking at the cost of power and then what it means as we are moving forward or in some cases backward.
Yeah, I think it's important to always mention something to do with the cost of power when we appear here. And we are normally, consumers are very happy because they are able to hear about the current token pricing. First of all, let me mention, on July 1st, we reduced the cost of power a little bit. And that was not unknown. It's because it was scheduled to be reduced. In every July, there's going to be reduction for the next 4 years. It started in July 2023. We reduced a little bit. And then in July 2024, we've reduced a little bit. But just cents, you might not even notice. And why it doesn't make sense to us is because you might reduce the base tariff itself, but then increase the cost of fuel, the fuel energy charge, and the forex. So those are the things that make power expensive. Now, currently, for this month, for 1,000, those people who use less than 30 units, they are getting 50 units, 50 tokens, or 49.93. I know
for 1,000 shillings.
For 1,000 shillings.
If you use less than?
If your monthly usage is less than 30 kilowatt hours or 30 tokens, you will, for every 1,000, you will get 49.93, which is around 50. If you are between 30 to 100, you will get 39.61. You might realize that those are about 40.
So are you saying that the more power you use,
the more expensive you pay? Then if you are using over 100, kilowatt hours, once you purchase for 1,000, you will get 35.32 units or 35 units. So basically, that is what you get. So that is the cost of power currently. You're getting. Sorry.
Explain to me this logic.
City doesn't like this thing.
He doesn't understand this thing.
No, he doesn't.
This logic.
I think he doesn't like it because if you're spending more, and using more,
yes,
you should pay
less. You get a discount. I mean, why is it that somebody who is hardly using it is the one who's getting the benefit?
You see what happens?
What's the logic?
The actual cost of power is not whatever. Like for example, let me mention the tariffs. The one who uses less than 30 units, the cost that goes to Kenya Power, leave alone the pass-through, is 12.23. The other one, 30 to 100, is 16.54. Then the last one is 19.08 over 100. Now, the actual cost is 19.08. Anything less is subsidized. You get?
No, I don't.
So, because the less you use, I'm not saying this because I support, I'm only saying the less you use means in Kenya you are a bit
constrained.
You are a bit constrained. So the government comes, not the government actually, let me say Kenya Power itself. It comes to assist you to do other things. You divert money to elsewhere, either food or something. But this person who is using more than 100 means they are a bit comfortable, so they cannot be subsidized. And that's the reason why you see the more you use, the more you pay, because it shows that you have more money. So it cannot be subsidized. So the actual cost of it means that even these people who are paying 12 shillings before you add the pass-throughs, it simply means that those people have actually been assisted. If we are to load the actual cost of power, they would be paying 19 shillings plus the pass-through.
So here I am, I have industry.
Yes.
You're talking of 100.
Yes.
Maybe the units I'm using are 1,000. Okay?
Yes.
So I'm going to pay more than all the other people. And yet, if I were to just look at simple, just basic logic, I'm like a wholesaler. I am buying this product that you're selling in bulk. And you're telling me that when I buy in bulk, I pay more.
Now, it happens that those three categories are for domestic consumers. When you go to industrial, those who use three-phase, your case applies that the more you buy, the less you pay. And not actually the more you buy, but the higher voltage you are connected to. Now, it doesn't come to the more you buy the units, it's the connection voltage. Because for those people who are connected on 415, they pay more than those people who have been connected on 11,000 kV. Then those who are connected to 33,000 kV, 33,000 volts or 33 kV, they pay less. You go to 66, they pay less. And then you go to CI5, those people who are connected at 132. Those pay even less because they pay a cost of, those on CI5, they pay 11.4 as compared to those who are on CI1,
so,
who are 19.
Wouldn't the logic behind that then be that because they are actually producing,
yes,
and they have to see that their input towards manufacture has to then be low,
yes,
in order for them to be able to realize a profit at the end of the day? But I'm with CT on this one because in the household, the assumption is that if you're using more power, the assumption is that you have more appliances, and that as a result of that, you're better off than me who just has the light to put on. You know, but then wouldn't the same thing apply whereby in order for my output to be 1, 2, 3, I'm going to, this other person has to use the freezer, is going to use the iron and all of that. Naturally, I'm going to consume more. So wouldn't it be worth my while to have the price unit lowered?
Let me start by saying that there are two views. The views I have presented is for the Kenya Power. The view of the people that I represent, those are the electricity consumers. Of course, it's the logic that you are using that we really push for. That the more you use, the more actually you are assisting Kenya Power. And the more you are even growing the economy. You should be buying at a cheaper price. But then they face you with this issue that even those people who are paying the amount they are paying, it's because it has been subsidized. So they say we cannot subsidize for those people who are doing well in an effort to show them that they are actually consuming more, so they should pay less. But the discussion actually is what you are saying.
So,
the discussion is what you are saying, that the more you pay, and that is what we push for as consumer representatives.
Yeah, because in the same city, you spend 1,000 shillings on power. One person is receiving 32 shillings. Somebody else, 32 tokens. Somebody else on the same 1,000 shillings is receiving 50. Fuggery. Let's take a break on that point. It's 27 minutes to 10 o'clock. Having a power conversation this morning with Isaac and Dereba, looking at, okay, so upgraded your meter and then looking at the cost of power, how that's going to affect us moving forward. Let's take a break and look at what's happening on the roads and with weather. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to...
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman. Another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It would die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IBC.
You can't.
I told you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the bees and the peas. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room. Spice. The only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
In Nairobi, we'll see highs of 22 and highs of 24. In a sunny Nakuru at 18, it's 17 and sunny. In Nyeri with highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 22 in a partly sunny Eldoret. 26 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 27. It's 23 and sunny, going to highs of 28 in Kisumu, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Kakamega at 22. Kampala at 22 is sunny, highs of 27, and it's sunny at 27 in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30. Johannesburg warming up slightly, 15 degrees, highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 24 in Mogadishu, with highs of 21 and lows of 12 in Addis Ababa. It's mostly cloudy at 25 in Lagos, and at 22 sunny in Kinshasa. Looking quickly into Beijing, 34 degrees on Wednesday afternoon. It's 17 and sunny in Paris, and 18 and sunny in London. New York, Tuesday night is cloudy at 24, coming into Wednesday, highs of 28 and lows of 23. Okay, so I think we're coming out of traffic hour easy. Still on Landage Road, some bumper-to-bumper action. As you come off of Jogo Road, coming off of Lusaka Road as well, that is going to be busy for some time as you get towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Apart from that, I think we have seen the last of it coming off of Thika Superhighway, except just past Survey towards the Pangani Underpass. That looks like it's going to be messy for a minute. And on the Eastern Bypass, where we saw quite some traffic earlier, that has reduced significantly. Kangunda Road still has some traffic inbound, so we want to keep an eye on that as well, but I think we'll be able to get through the city today with not too much of a headache. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
23 minutes left in this power conversation this hour with Isaac and Tereba. A question is coming up, and it's quite one, because here we are looking at tokens and just using 1,000 shillings as a benchmark for how much you spend on power. And 1,000 shillings, 50 tokens, if you're in a particular bracket, is that going to take you through for a month, about a month, depending on what you're doing? Maybe less?
For 1,000,
yeah.
If you're getting
50 tokens, if you're in that bracket,
yeah, because basically it means that you are consuming less than 30 units,
okay,
per month.
All right.
So basically that is enough.
Is it cheaper,
yes,
to be on postpaid or on a token prepaid service?
There's no single difference.
Really?
The cost is the same. That should be very clear. The cost is the same. The metering is what is different.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How?
This one, the problem is
metering not what determines what you pay.
Exactly. Isn't the metering determining how the cost of your power?
We've talked about the people. We've talked about the grouping: 0 to 30, 30
yes,
to 100,
yeah,
and 100 plus.
Yeah.
Even if you're having a token or you're having a postpaid meter, the pricing is the same. The challenge that comes is when you need to go and read. You either have to read the units and send to Kenya Power so that you can be billed, or they come and read, or they can get late as a result, or they approximate. In such a case, you might find that you are paying less. But the day they will come and tell you have actually read the actual units, you might find your bill. You are used to paying 3,000, then you find a bill of 40,000. Why? Because they have been approximating. And yet you tend to think that might be cheaper than the token. But I like the token one because it is an instant and you agree with them before you use. This other one you use and then they come later and then you realize maybe I shouldn't have used anyway.
So if it's used, why is it an approximation? Because one would assume you use the power, we bill you according to what you've used, you pay for it essentially after having used it. Mm-hmm. Why should it be an approximation? Is it not clear that, okay, fridge was on for 24 hours or how many hours over this 30-day period? Mm-hmm. It's very clear what you did because there is a meter, the meter reading. Why is that an approximation?
It's because they may not come to read the actual readings on the meter. So they assume this person has been spending like 3,000, 2,000. So if we bill them 3,200, we'll have covered before we go and read. But then maybe you are consuming more, and so the approximation is not accurate.
Or less.
Or less also. It also happens that even less. But now the challenge is that they don't like, the cost of power has been increasing. So if they bill you 3,000, maybe because of the change of cost of power.
Why has the cost been increasing, Darab?
It has been increasing because remember, in April of 2023, the cost almost doubled. And
yes, why?
There was public participation. I know every time I say that, people don't believe. There was public participation on, because Kenya Power and EPRA, they wanted to say that we are proposing that we increase the cost of power from this to this. And then we had nationwide public participation. And of course, we even presented our own opinion, and it was not listened to, and we went to court. But now, either way, it was increased. That's why I'm saying the cost of power in 2022 is different from 2023.
I understand all that.
Yes.
I am saying, or let me ask it differently.
Yeah.
Are you saying that those who run this particular entity decide that they are going to increase the power?
Mm-hmm.
Surely there must be reasons why they've made that decision. What happened? Did it overflood? Was there not enough water?
Okay.
Was there not enough sun? Did the geothermal not thermal? I mean, what is it that happened, and what is the logic beyond the government simply wanting to get more money? Forget that one aside. What else?
It would be even unfair for me to talk on their behalf, because I remember we even went to court. But they shouldn't mind, because we dropped the case either way. We dropped the case because we saw the issues have been overtaken by events. What we were complaining about, they have actually doubled, tripled, until we even thought, why are we going to court? Now, but what the reasons they gave as the reason why they were increasing the cost of power. Number one, they were saying during the Uhuru Kenyatta last 8 months, power had been reduced drastically in January of 2020.
The generation of power?
No, not the generation, the cost.
Of power had been reduced?
It had been reduced.
Uh-huh.
And it increased during the... Now, it was now changed in April of 2023. So you see, if someone was approximating that you need to be paying 3,000 before elections, and then they approximate up to date as 3,000, the cost of power might have doubled. So when they come and read the actual unit, they will say, these 3,000 you are approximating only catered for, had been catering for 60 units previously. But since now the cost of power has changed, now that your 3,000 had been catering for maybe 20 units. Yes. So these are the units you've not paid. So as a result, we are billing you like 40,000 for all this, whatever is pending. So that has been the challenge with the people again. And whatever we have been saying is that the cost at which you should be charged, those approximation, should not be the current cost, because some of those units were spent or used or utilized when power was cheaper. So the issue here has been, how do we tell Kenya Power that these units were used when the cost of power was this amount? Why should you charge me at the current cost, yet I had utilized it a bit earlier? That has been the debate that we've been pushing for. But of course, they also say that how do we know that it had been used that time? But we also tell them...
Wait a moment. If they don't know, then who knows?
Who should know? Is it not in their system?
You see, they have not been reading the meter. So they have also... They read the meter in 2022 December. They have come to read the meter now and realize that we've billed you about 1,200 units cumulatively, but you had actually consumed 2,000. So we bill you once. What is the cost that they will bill you those extra? It will be the current cost. Yet maybe in 2022, the cost was cheaper.
But I don't see a problem here, because if the billing is now being determined by, you say, one approximation.
Yes.
But you've already paid.
Yes.
Then they come around to now determine what you should pay currently, and they realize that what the estimation was less than what you actually consumed. Okay?
Yes.
So we are saying that because this thing was consumed in the past,
yes,
the price should be what the cost was in the past.
In the past.
And yet you're saying that they are charging me current rate.
The current rate.
I see.
That is the complaint that we've been having. And it is with many. But let me tell you something else that, of course, one, I am happy that we had some cabinet reshuffle.
Why?
But the reshuffle should not have started with even the cabinet. We have very many problems in the sector. Number one, let me even explain a situation that you can even...
You're going to explain to me why it is you're happy about the reshuffle and how it affects power prices, but anyway, go on.
Yes. Now, number one, right now, I will give you a small story. During the Energy Act 2019, when it became a law, there were very many regulations that were supposed to be changed. And the person who was supposed to be changing that was EPRA, EPRA. They developed 19 regulations. Now, those 19 regulations were supposed to be were put on the desk of the CS. The CS that time was Charles Ketera. Then we brought in Monica Juma. Then from there we brought in Davis Chirchir. Now, The reason why those regulations have been pending is because they are waiting for someone to come and explain clearly what is this that I am supposed to append my signature to. But then who is supposed to explain to them? If you look at it, I'm not sure it's going to be the PS. Why? Because the PS has not done engineering or anything that is supposed to be related to that. If you come to who is supposed to, again, explain other than the PS, it's supposed to be the Director General of EPRA. Again, that person has not done engineering. Yet these regulations were developed by engineers. So who is this engineer who is going to explain to the CS? Now imagine if the CS was an engineer. It would have been easy for him to say, oh, this one I understand. So 19 regulations are pending. To date, even if you go. Now, okay, let me just be a bit better in explaining that. Four have been approved. The 3 of them are related to petroleum. Why were they approved? Because it is easy to understand money. It was something to do with adjusting the price of petroleum products.
Yeah.
Anything to do with the power, they do not understand. The one that was signed recently, about a week or so, is the net metering regulations. And it has nothing to benefit these consumers. The other balance of, I think is about 15. They are still lying there. Go and read. I was involved in developing most of them. We were actually the people who are proofreading them and saying this is okay. But now, the CS will not understand, the PS will not understand, the Director General maybe most likely is not going to understand.
When it's first presented,
yes,
there are things they may not understand, but they can read and write.
Yes.
One would hope.
No, they do. Now, Kenya Power and that industry has very many engineers.
Yes.
Many.
Who will be allowed to go near the CS?
Are you telling me that
yes,
the CS doesn't have somebody who can actually explain to them and say, this thing...
Even if they're not technical.
They should have signed then tell me. Because the reason we were given is because some people are supposed to go and explain so that it can be approved. But listen, those are the same... Remember, by the way, this is a very funny country. Why we were changing the Energy Act, it's because we had introduced the counties. And so there were some responsibilities given to the counties in terms of energy efficiency, this power thing. But then it took a whole from 2013 to 2019. That is the time we brought in these laws. Remember, even we normally have even...
I'm interested in this. So
yes,
what exactly was the county participation in all this?
For example, even now, the counties have got energy department.
Okay.
They have Department of Energy and all that. People in charge of energy. They even have energy officers who are employed. But what are they supposed to do? They do not know because those regulations have not been signed.
Okay, according to regulations, what were they supposed to be doing?
For example, like this is a Standard Group.
Yes,
Standard Group, for example. You are supposed to carry out an energy audit, for example. Those energy audits are supposed to ensure that you reduce your consumption in terms of you become more energy efficient. There are things that they are going to tell you. They change here, this is what you need to do, then training for the staff and such, so that you can become more energy efficient. Who is supposed to ensure that that is done? It is the county in Nairobi, because EPRA themselves, EPRA doesn't have enough staff to keep on coming around to tell you that. So it's the county that was supposed to assist in implementation. But what happened? They also are waiting, and they don't even understand. In fact, the other time I was trying to discuss with my friend Robert Alai. He told me that the things they need to do as county is maybe replace generators or put generators in the different offices where you may not have power. Then I asked him, is that all that you do as an energy committee? Then he explained about street lighting, blah, blah, blah. So I listened. He never mentioned anything to do with energy efficiency, which is actually the key. In this era of climate change, a county energy committee cannot be talking about how to assist the consumers about energy efficiency.
Let's talk about energy.
And those are the regulations on the table anyway.
Okay, so that we understand it. Let's put regulations on someone's table. They haven't been signed. That I've understood. Now, if we were to apply what was required, say, for an institution such as this one,
yes,
what would it involve? We are using electricity, I can see.
Yes.
So what do we need to do to be efficient?
There are many things. You're asking me to do an audit. I will give you one.
Yes, I'm asking you to explain to me how it works.
For example, if you are in the washrooms and there is nobody there, and there is light throughout, you can put motion sensors such that if you are out, the bulb goes off. Yeah. That is just one as an example. There are very many in terms of machines that you can do. and they are supposed to assist the consumer so that you don't feel the pinch. Much as the cost of power is expensive, you will use less power, yet you still have the same comfort that you have.
So if, let's say, hypothetically, I supplemented this power with, say, solar power,
yes,
would that also qualify as an attempt by the organization to be efficient?
No, that is not being efficient. That is just an alternative energy source. You can still use that power from solar inefficiently.
Yes. But what if, again, hypothetically, it costs me more or it costs me less? Meaning, when I have solar and I look at the usage and I look at what I pay and I compare it with this geothermal thing, no, this is not geothermal, this hydropower, okay? If it turns out to be less, is that not being efficient? If it's
That's
costing
not
me
being
less.
efficient.
What?
In auditing terms, that is an alternative energy source.
So cost saving is not efficiency?
No, cost saving is not efficient.
You can't have a cost-efficient mode of power?
You can, but where you're driving me to is to say that solar is a good source or cheap. It is not cheap.
No, I don't want you to say that. I want you to understand.
Yes.
Because there are all these things that we refer to as different power. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
It is, when you say efficiency, this is me trying to understand efficiency. There are people who are listening. Right now, you're around 2,500 people who are listening to you on YouTube.
Yes.
I need them to understand when you say efficiency, what you mean. Because in my mind, efficiency meant it cost me less. Okay? And I end up still benefiting from the power I have.
And I have it every day.
And I have it every day. But what you've said is, when I don't need it and it isn't there, meaning I have a sensor, that's efficiency. Yeah, but again, it will cost me less, won't it?
In auditing terms, there is something called cost reduction measure. Cost reduction measure could be you are going for a cheaper source. But there is energy conservation measure. You are conserving energy. Whatever energy you have, you are using less.
You see,
it can cost less.
It will cost less.
It can cost less. But remember, you might be in the bracket of those people who are paying expensive because they are over 100, but you still use less in an attempt to make sure that you come to a lower bracket. That will eventually may lead to less.
I've got that one. Now tell me, are there cheaper sources of power really?
For individual investment or personal investment?
No, just across board.
Oh, across board. They are, of course. Like, for example, people are asking me, I was in a different meeting and people are asking me, we had quite a bit of rainfall around April, May. Did we have cheaper cost of power? I told them no. They asked why. And yet we expect that the thermal generation had reduced. I said the cartels in this country cannot allow that. Why? Because I will tell you in terms of figures. We were doing around 12.7 million kilowatt hours from thermal, an average for the first and for the last 3 quarters. Now, in the first quarter of September to December of 2023, if you look at the average, what we got from hydro, it had increased by 90 million kilowatt hours. You know, that is not less. So you would expect to knock off what we were generating using thermal or diesel.
And we didn't do that.
We didn't do that. Why? Because you would have expected that geothermal would remain the same. But now what they did, these cartels, is that geothermal was reduced by 74.4 million.
Okay.
When water level rises, you generate more using hydro. Instead of knocking off the diesel, they intentionally reduce the geothermal.
To
that
what
is
end?
the analysis.
So that
to what end?
The diesel is privately.
You know, diesel, what we came to realize is that Kenya Power pays diesel generators, those people, who even when they are not producing.
That is the contract they signed.
Yeah, that is the contract. And it is not us who pay. It is Kenya Power. But of course, we've been in charge using the tariffs or something. When they were setting the tariffs, they have factored in that capacity charge. But you see, they wouldn't mind if they are sharing that capacity charge with the consumers. So what do? They won't let all the thermal generators lie idle because they will be asked to pay. So what they do, they will let them generate such that it can be distributed among the fuel cost charge. So what do? If we have too much power, what they did, and these are figures that we have in our offices, is that when the hydro generation was more, they reduced the geothermal generation. And that was intentional, so that they maintain the same level of production using diesel.
You know, there's a question I want to ask here.
Yes.
It may not be something. It may not be something you're able to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yes.
Are we able to generate power that can sustain the demand and the usage of it in the country without these diesel-powered power generators?
Exactly, we can. I have just said we've been doing an average of 12 million kilowatt hours. Now, we have hydro that has risen by 90 million kilowatt hours. Of course, that has knocked it off. So what did they do? Instead of maintaining the geothermal at the same level, they reduced by 74 million. What does that tell you? That you can completely knock off the 12 million very easily. So we have enough. We have enough, and more than enough.
Are we going to come to a place, what would it take? Because right now, to consume power in Kenya at whatever level,
yes,
whether it's on a personal level or it's at a commercial level,
yes,
is expensive.
It is,
It is very expensive. Yes. What needs to happen? I mean, I know you talk about cartels and the IPPs. Everybody wants to make their own cut there and get their own shilling there, and the cartels that you speak about. But what needs to happen in order for affordable power then to be made available in Kenya today?
Okay. You're asking whether if I am named the CS today.
Well, I didn't ask
what
that,
I
but
would
let's
do.
go with that.
All right.
Yes. Sure.
That's a good...
If you, Isaac Ndera, were the CS Energy today,
yes,
how would you make power cheaper in Kenya?
I would make power cheaper in this way. I would knock off some of the pass-through costs, which are actually 7. We have fuel cost charge, we have forex charge. I would basically say I don't want any contract done in foreign currency. If you don't feel like doing business with the Kenyan currency, pack and go. So I would remove forex. Fuel cost charge, I am sure we can do without diesel plants, other than the ones that are in Mombasa, Rabai and Kipevu 3. There is a reason for us to have those ones. But these others, Gulf Power, Triumph Power, around here in Nairobi, they have no job. I would knock that off. So again, that cost of fuel energy charge, I would get something.
How much have you reduced now? You've removed forex. You've removed.
I have so far removed like 4 shillings.
Okay, 4 shillings already.
Yes, I've removed like 4 shillings. Then from there, I would do away with this rural electrification program. That is stealing. Why? Because we've been deducted 5% of our cost on each unit because they need to get that money and go to extend to rural electrification. Have you heard somewhere that we are still doing rural electrification? Have you heard anywhere that we are still being connected to power using 1,000 Kenya shillings like it was Kitambo? So rural electrification program, I would remove that. When it comes to VAT, I would say that these people, for the power that has been used by industry, they are paying VAT on the products and all the rest. I would try to subsidize the VAT for them. That is another component. Then these other things like EPRA, I mean, that is a government agency, we know, because we are paying them 0.8, we are paying them 8 cents, 0.08, and they increased from 0.03 without them mentioning from July last year. They didn't even the Gazette. I would remove that and say that is one entity that will need to be paid by the government, the ministry directly. In fact, remember, they're also getting money from the fuel. So they have a lot of money, yet they are not protecting the consumers who are paying them. So I would remove that cost off. I don't think there is any other major cost that would be there. And I would have removed the bills by about 7 shillings.
If you did that, then we would see significantly lowered rates of power.
That would be, and then I would go to the base tariff. I would go and tell Kenya Power, now, why are you charging us this amount? They will tell me this is the reason. Number one, we are buying this from Lake Turkana at this cost. And because, like for example, we are importing power from Ethiopia. And that has become a significant amount nowadays. We bought that power at, I think, 6.5 US cents, which is now around 8 shillings, I guess. We have many sources that are 4 shillings.
Okay.
Yeah. So and we have signed that for 25 years. So I would do those changes. But you see, the people who are always put there to be in charge of those decision making are the ones that do not want to make those decisions because there are a lot of cartels in the energy industry.
I hear you.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see those prices actually go down. Isaac, we also have to thank you for being here this morning to just shed some light into some of these matters which we cannot stop but to discuss. Asante Sana. Thank you, everybody, for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. God willing, we'll do it again tomorrow morning at 6. It's 10 a.m.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your...
Nyeri County, that is, carrying a human skull. Police say members of the public arrested Joseph Mine on suspicion that he attempted to steal from a nearby residential premises on the outskirts of Nyeri town. Police interrogated Mwangi, who is said to be about 20 years old, and he led them to a Napier grass farm about half a kilometre from Nyeri police station. A search was conducted and decomposing human body parts of an unknown African of unknown sex and age were recovered. The body parts were taken to Nyeri mortuary for identification and post-mortem as detectives began a probe into the case. This happens barely weeks after the Kware incident, where several human body parts and bodies were recovered.